I get to make it here, but usually that's one of our cases. One, see how they feel.
Oh, that's not a lot, but,
Hi everyone, welcome to the September 8th, 2022 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Slambrook. The other board members with me this afternoon are Glenn Gardner, Fillmore Wilson, Bill Huey, and Julie. The staff present today are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, Linda Bennett, Senior Preservation Planner, Isabella Board-Pierre, Preservation Planner, and Nightly Creech, Assistant Corporation Counsel. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. We'll start with an introduction and overview of each project given by city staff for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. You'll have a 10-minute time limit. If you are speaking as the applicant, please come to the podium and state your name first and last for the record. Anyone speaking for the project, such as owners, designers, consultants, should speak your persons during public comment. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so. Be followed by public comment. Again, if you're speaking as a member of the public, please come to the podium and state your first and last name for the record. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. And after that, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comments or in the city staff comments and recommendations. Following the applicant's response period, public comment and the applicant's presentation will be closed and we'll move into board discussion and a vote. No items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening. Students present, it looks like we have some here this evening. If you have stayed the appropriate length of time and you'll go to the back of the room, one of the staff will sign your form and you can get credit for attending. So, over here, Coach Isabel. And also, the purview of this board is architecture only. Any comments related to zoning or livability concerns, such as noise, that kind of thing, are not within the purview of this board and cannot be voiced here. All right, I'll turn it over to Frankie for some meeting protocol.
Information on each application, including documents submitted by the applicant, as well as post-meeting results and staff comments, will be available online at charleston-sc.gov/BAR. In order to participate, you can either join us in person or watch on YouTube. Written public comments must be received no later than 12 noon one business day prior to the meeting. Which to include name, address, telephone number, meeting date, project number, and these comments were provided to the board 24 hours in advance of the meeting. Procedures. The applicants, all team members have been required to register and submit any documents in advance. Staff will control the slide presentation by the deadline. The applicants simply need to ask staff to advance to the next slide. Public comments. All applicants are heard today as part of the public meeting format. Written comments received one business day ahead of the deadline will be acknowledged and read into the record. Members of the public who wish to be heard in person during an agenda items, public portion shall announce their name and address for the record. And we do ask that you speak to the microphones. Board members, chairperson for comments and for their vote on the motion. Each member when voting should respond yea in favor or nay not in favor. The chair shall reread the motion verbatim and the board member making the motion should correct the chair if she has not reread the motion accurately. Results will be posted on the city website.
Review of the minutes from the August 25th, 2022 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? Julie, do you have a second?
sorry.
None opposed, the motion passes. Agenda item B1, 56 Congress Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please?
Is requesting demolition of the historic structure. This structure was not surveyed. It is in North Central, started in 1920 in the historic materials demolition purview. Gonna go over it very quickly for the audience, since the board didn't see this before. This is the location on Congress Street. Existing site photos. And some context. And then more maps showing the history of the structure. Turn over to
Good evening, I'm LaShawn Key, Designs LLC. I'll be presenting the project 56 Congress Street. We have up here our site plan. It's actually the demolition plan. We are requesting demolition of the historic structures of 1920s home. I'm gonna start off by reading the historic demolition purview, which is why we're here. Because I feel it's important to our request. So the bar reviews all demolition for structures 50 years of age or older. Demolition is defined as in the ordinance as the features of a structure that are visible from the public right of way. I like this, they're visible from the public right of way. To define its historic architectural characters such as roofs, columns, chimneys, sidewalls, etc. And I want to point out that as we go through our presentation, the features that we're going to be talking about, we feel that we can request demolition. We ask the board to approve it based on the definition here. We have our demolition plan. Next slide, please. We should have the site plan. And one thing I want to note on the site plan is that the structure actually sits across the sight line onto the adjacent property, which the neighbor has asked us to remove that portion of the building or move the building onto our property, and with the demolition, we will make that happen. Next slide, please. So again, we can see the same one map. Next slide. Here's exterior view, and based on the ordinance, I want to point out that if you look at the structure, this is a picture taken from the public right of way or from Congress Street. There are no historical features that you can see. I think the previous images had a Google slide or Google image up there that showed the metal roof. The metal roof is non-existent. The previous owner removed that roof, I think it was approximately 8 to 10 years ago. There's no historic wood siding on it. It's a brick. The brick was done, I'm not sure, 20 to 15 years ago, I guess. And there's six different types of brick on that exterior. The windows have all been replaced, so there's really no historic features. Again, I'm pointing back to our the historic materials demolition purview that has us here today. So none of those features are on the house as existing. So we feel that we should be able to demolish the structure. I know there's previous discussion about the form of the structure, but we don't feel that that is historic enough in nature. It's not a Charleston Road, it is not a Freeman style house, which are significant and historical in the way they look. This is basically a single story home that can be pictured in anywhere in USA. So it doesn't have any architectural significance in just the local shape of it. Again, the next course of slides or images are just problems that we have. We noticed this is the west facade, next slide. And this is the rear of the home. This is an addition that was put on, and we have some other images of it, but you notice down there in the CMU, it's not grouted, it's not structurally sound, and we have a structural report put in that talks about some of the issues and how it should be demolished. Next slide. This is some interior that shows we have some water coming in through the roof all over. Next slide. This is interior of the east facade wall that actually has the structure, and then there's a gypsum type of sheeting on the exterior. You know, there was discussion about it having the historic wooden siding on it. On this portion of the structure, there is none. Next slide. Showing the same image, just showing more water damage that was coming in from the roof that's down in the lower portion. Continue on, next slide. This is just a demolition of, I'm not even sure what happened here, but just showing some of the water damage in the roof and the walls. Next slide. You can cycle through, but basically, there's just image after image showing that the existing roof, the damage of the roof, and the water damage inside, and how we feel that between the damage and more significantly, the fact that there are no historical features architecturally that we should be able to demolish together.
Thank you, Mr. Key. Do any board members have any questions? Okay, we'll move to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
April Wood for Charleston Foundation. HDF has reviewed the application for demolition of 56 Congress Street, and we thank the applicant for reaching out to us. Although the house has been altered significantly over the years, the original form of the structure is readily apparent and important to keep. Similar structures can be found next door and across the street and further down the street. Removal of the structure would change the character of the street, and we recommend denial of the wholesale demolition of the house. This said, we would not be opposed to the demolition of the brick veneer, the existing rear addition, and the other elements that have been added over the years. With proper treatment, the house could be returned to Hampton building that can be used to the department as well. Lynn Catherine Carroll, Preservation Society of Charleston. We are in agreement with our colleagues at Historic Charleston Foundation. We remain opposed to this request. While we recognize this building has been altered, it does retain its original form, which is highly characteristic of the rhythm of this section of Congress Street and important to preserve. It's also encouraging that the structural report that is provided, has been provided by the applicant, provides specific feasible repair recommendations that outline a clear path to rehabilitation. Given how much this building has been altered, however, we feel there's certainly room for flexibility in approaching rehabilitation with regard to materials, as people mentioned, the rear addition, et cetera. So we would ask the board to deny this request so that preservation options can be explored.
Now speaking for the public. Okay, Frank, you can give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
This was heard before the board before, staff opinions have not changed, so I'm just going to reread them. Our previous observations, the adjacent 58 Congress is a sister house which has not been altered to the same extent. The brick on the east side does not match that on the south and west. And the rear addition is less than 50 years old, so it is not under BAR purview. Staff comments, while the siding has been changed to brick, the overall form of the structure has been retained. Exploratory demo could be used to determine if wood siding remains under brick veneer and to what extent. Staff following repairs mentioned in the structural report to restore the building. Demolition means removal of an entire structure or substantial portion of a structure visible from public right of way, or a substantial portion of features of a structure that are visible from the public right of way that define its historic architectural character. The demolition of this structure would compromise the character of the neighborhood and change the overall historic landscape of the area. And staff's recommendation was denied.
Mr. Key, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or within staff comments or recommendation?
Yes, please. Just want to definitely respond to, I appreciate the Historic Foundation and the Preservation Society greatly for their input, so thank you so much. I disagree, and I just want to make a comment, again, going back to the ordinance that has us here. Says features of a structure that are visible from a public right of way. And that was based on our previous comments, as well as, I noticed in note 4, it says the demolition of this structure will compromise the character of the neighborhood and change the overall historic landscape of the area. I disagree, because if you look, there's some photos that show the historic character of the community, and it's all different sizes. 3 houses down, as well as across the street, there are 2-story homes. And so having structures of different sizes actually is appealing in this community. It wouldn't change nothing if this house was torn down and something else was built in its place, another single-family home, single-story or whatever that mimics the adjacent housing. And as well, that doesn't speak to what the ordinance says, because it only says at the end of the ordinance, which if laws will compromise the historic architectural character of the structure. It does not mention anything about the surrounding community. Thank you.
All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move to the board discussion and vote.
My position hasn't changed, I agree with that.
Hasn't changed either. I wanted to thank the applicant for coming back and presenting again. Became sort of an impasse last time. I appreciate him, looking into the ordinance language, and I personally feel like he's made a pretty compelling case. I look at the Sanborn maps, and I can easily imagine when that street was intact and when there was that ribbon, and I'm sure it was wonderful, but in my estimation, this building has been demolished by 1,000 cuts over the last 60 years, and to preserve the form of it, which is a very nebulous notion, is a bridge too far in my estimation. It needs to not change since the last meeting, which remarks. I hope.
Mine hasn't either, but I guess I would say mine is the interpretation of the features and non-historic features. I think they were outlined pretty well in my paper on historic Charleston. Those non-historic features are the brick, the addition at the back of vinyl siding, windows obviously in a lot of places are new. That little porch or structure on the front is obviously not historic, but that historic building still lives inside of the shell. Try to retain. So that's my position.
Is my punishment for being absent? Watched the YouTube from the last meeting. I've been in the property twice. I have not been inside the property because I think it is important here to acknowledge what is visible public right of way. And I think this is a very difficult application in that, frankly, if you were to scroll to the street photo looking next to the east side of the home, that photo, I think that tells the story of this part of Congress Street, that it is a very humble part of the street. Mostly one, a few 2-story homes. I really hate to see the character of the street, albeit a short part of the street, diminished by removing a house. And I think I've said before, I always hate to see a missing tooth in the streetscape because A, this board doesn't control what goes back there. We have zero purview beyond the zoning allowances of what goes in this location. So a new building that maxed out the zoning allowance would absolutely modify the character of the streetscape of this part of the neighborhood. There also is nothing to force the owner to build a new house. It can remain a vacant lot for 50 years. I again, I really struggle with this because I've tried to focus on beyond the streetscape. I have to look at the architectural integrity and quality of what is there. Firstly, I acknowledge again that there's a pattern, there's a recipe, that you could take what is there, remove this 90-ish probably percent of non-original material from brick to roof to trim to fascia to steps to posts and columns, and you could recreate this house and make it look just like it should have looked the day it was built. And the recipe is here, that can be done. What I'm struggling with is what our ordinances allows us to do. And conservationist in me says, absolutely, you can make this house perfect for the recipe. We are tasked with looking at is what is there. We also can't make anybody make it perfect, or remove the bricks, or remove the roof, or fix any of it to sit here just like this for 30 more years. So the tough part to me is that I'm looking at maybe 10% of an accurate building. I've looked at all of the photos of the interior. The interior absolutely says there is an old building under here. It's just covered in saran wrap. But it's a lot of different saran wrap and aluminum foil and stuff. And so that's what I'm struggling with, is that we can't mandate that anything be done properly, correctly, authentically to this building. The belief is that they could just wrap it in vinyl siding tomorrow and leave it that way. And I don't want to see that happen. And I don't want to see it broken into, caught on fire, falling down on its own. And so I'm not casting an exact vote this moment. I'm kind of throwing this thought process out there to my fellow board members because I wasn't part of the dialogue for 2 weeks ago. I find it difficult for this building to remain because we don't have control over what happens to the building as far as any bit of quality of materials or repair or an addition. I also take zero issue with stuff. The addition on the rear, brick veneer and all of that, but if one were to remove all of this stuff, I don't know that you have a building that will still remain standing. I actually kind of think this brick veneer glue holding it all together. So I'm kind of throwing that back on the table for a brief moment to say, how do all of you feel about that?
Well, and that's actually what went into partially my decision at the last meeting, was I differentiated this from other buildings that we recently reviewed for demolition where we could tell from the exterior that most of the building were. This one, it just, I came to the same conclusion that if you did remove these items, that the roof, the windows, the doors, the brick veneer, none of it is original, what would you be left with? It was different from the other applications that we looked at. And I thought that it wouldn't be setting precedent to allow demolition of this building.
Certainly case by case basis, the housing side of it, we feel very differently about. But you referenced the photograph of the attic, which the applicant was under zero obligation to share with us. And that also definitely factors into my thinking that we're allowed to, take that into account. We're interested in what is visible from the public right away. So, again, I hope that we decide to build something that is really appropriate for that streetscape and it's of the same scale and the same flavor. But I can't find it in me to mandate that they retain that and hope that they do the wonderful things we can imagine someone doing.
I think probably the engineer's report indicates that, I'm sure. So, but, you know, really, that's not our purview either. It's whether the brick veneer is holding the building together. It's whether it is appropriate to demolish the building based on the ordinance. What is visible from the street are sidewalls, their height, their length, the roof line, the eave line, and proportions. All of those are architectural elements that are visible for the public right of way. Go back to the comment I made last time, and that is if we take the approach that if you simply cover up the historic building, and don't leave any of the original material visible, then it is suitable to demolish it. That is an important misreading. In other words, you take a building that had wood siding, a historic building that had wood siding covered in vinyl siding, and the turn roof was lost. You put an asphalt shingle roof on it, and suddenly that building is a subject for demolition. I find that a French interpreting ordinance.
I mean,
And so I am reluctant, honestly, to make a decision. I agree that, you know, there's this building that's been covered up, but not all the chimneys are there. They're visible from the public right away. The heat lines are there, bridge, roof form, sidewalls. And so I am reluctant to sort of interpret the ordinance in a way that says if you cover the historic material up, it's okay to demolish the building.
I would do, I think. Usually in the last, 6 months or something, but in this case, it's been decades that it's been like that, and way to know what's happening.
We do have the engineer's report, and I do not actually know, but ask the staff, if the information in that engineer's report, which was provided in the submittal, is subject to our review, or because most of the things noted in the engineer's report are not visible from the public right away, if that should enter into our consideration.
Well, as a board, you are allowed to request an engineer's report if their argument is that the structure is unsound. So this was a piece of information that was provided to you as to whether or not the building is sound. It should remain.
So one other point, I appreciate Mr. Key's presentation of the project for us on site and everything. He's very open with what's going on with the building and, not trying to come in here and sort of, don't look here, don't look there. He was very open and I think he really did it in a very smart, professional way. I really appreciate that. And I would say it's sort of a question of visible from the public right of way. I guess if I had the kind of eyesight I wish I had, I'd be able to see the thing. But I know we walked up to one of the window returns and could see the brick veneer and could actually see the siding behind it. Now, we had to walk up to the window to see it. We weren't standing out on the street, but you could see the siding behind the brick. And I believe actually, when you weren't here to hear it, I believe you had one of the neighbors with you last time. She spoke and said she recalled when the brick veneer was added over the siding. They didn't even make the siding, they just put the brick up. Not that that should be to your detriment, but I appreciate her candor as well. Seeing that siding under the brick, I kind of came to the same conclusion, one more than you did, for the same reasons you did. So that's why I am where I am.
I had been really Googling and might have ended up in your hands. And it's for me, it's just boring. sure that the ordinance really gives it carried over forward.
I have to say to the applicant that I fully believe the right person, and there are a lot of people in this town who could be the right person, could without a doubt realize what is here and have a really great looking house, street that runs with parallel to a subword that is like the top of the name. That ability is there. You have the information needed to do that. My note, or my second visit, because it took 2 visits to make this through carefully, was I have to focus on the quality and authenticity of the visit. Struggling with, I mean, there's a house under there that is saleable. It's just, you have to make somebody want to save it in order to do that. And I don't know that we can, I don't know.
I think you're right, it is tough because of the purview we have in this area of town, that's what makes this really tough.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make a motion for approval of demolition.
All right, we have a motion on the floor, for approval of demolition. Do I have a second? And if no one else will second, typically the chair does not, make motions or second them, but in this particular case, I will do it at the last meeting and I'll second the motion. All right, I'll put the motion to a vote. Right?
I'm sorry, it's different. It really is. I know that this is probably out of order, but is there any motion amendment that requires salvage? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I can.
That's tough.
I think in the past, we've bashed this, I don't think we have the ability, we've made it as a work, even though it's a final approval. At least we've gone in the record, encouraged the county.
I wouldn't draw that motion, I'll try it again.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of demolition with the board comments. Seriously consider a new design. Keeping with the current form. And another board comment to salvage any historic materials that you can.
Approval of demolition with 2 board comments. One, to seriously consider a new design in keeping with the current form, and a second board comment to consider salvaging any historic materials that you can. I will again second that motion and put the motion to the vote. Might not be easy time. Bill?
Any opposed?
Or any opposed to that motion?
I'm really in favor. But that is,
Julia?
In favor.
Chair votes the majority, and the motion passes 3-4, 2 against. Thank you, Mr. Key. 194 Nassau Street. Craig, you can give us an introduction and overview, please.
Nassau is requesting after the fact approval for demolition of historic structure. Structure was not rated on the east side circa 1900 in the historic materials demolition purview. This is the location on Nassau Street. The previously existing structure. Some information about the structure that was there. That shows the history of the building. That's not certain of the date of demolition, but it was sometime before December of last year. I'll go over this timeline if there are comments. Okay. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Being Paul Kine, I will in no way, shape, or imply that I am not thrilled about this moment. This was an unexpected situation. Essentially, what occurred here, and I want to be very clear about it, is that I worked with a homeowner and designed the structure. We applied for demolition. Demolition was denied on the terms that we should try to salvage the structure. So we wrote a new plan and had every intention of this structure being saved. And then we gave that plan to the contractor, and the contractor interpreted the plan in such a way that it could be saved, save it. If it couldn't be saved, throw it away. Is how we've come to understand how this has turned out. Essentially, the client had every intention and even committed himself financially to the arduous task of restoration. And the contractor just removed the structure. So we are stuck because we are now looking at a restoration / replacement as opposed to a saving of the original structure. But this is a bell that we cannot undo. And so now we are basically standing before the committee saying, we understand what's happened. We're trying to work out, through litigious and other means, what needs to be done in terms of the relationship with the contractor and how this situation got to where it is today. But ultimately, we have to come up with some sort of a plan for progressing this forward. This isn't a rental property, it's not flip. There's a family who wants to move into this house, who loved this house, who wanted this house, and who is still getting this house, but just now a replacement instead of a restoration. We don't have any way to undo what's been done. We asked the committee to help us come up with a punitive way to work out this situation that would set a standard for the community so that we would not have to be looking like people who just got away with the ultimate crime. That's not the intention here. But no matter how we go about the situation, we're stuck. Something has to progress. So I guess realistically, I don't have much more than that to say, except to say that the contractor who did this was not offer us to do this. I have 80 hours in putting together the plans for saving that structure. We do have reports that were given in the initial application from the structural engineers stating that the structure was not savable. Those reports are on file. If you go back in the records, you can find them. But again, we agreed with the board's decision to try to save the structure, and then the homeowner was here today and was speaking on his own behalf. He wasn't even aware that this was going to happen, and I wasn't even in the country. So they moved very quickly into the replacement of the structure in terms of foundation, framing, building. I think you even have a picture in your files here of new sitting next to what was the old. They moved very quickly about through building inspections, the building department on footings, foundations. They even got to the point where the entire structure was sheeted and framed. So the contractor moved aggressively and quickly, which I suppose is sort of their want. But we are still stuck. I'm going to yield for a moment, let the homeowner, because I believe in the presentation portion, he gave a little bit on his behalf. His involvement in the situation, and we yield to you guys.
Mr. Dunn.
Blackbird homeowner, he's closed on his home January of 21. Of course, obviously, this was not our intention. See, I kind of walked you guys through it, good slides. Our intention was pretty much to preserve as much as possible with the addition. Don't really know what else to say. We're gonna have to fight this against our contractor. Pretty much all I've got really.
Thank you, Mr. Blackburn. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
One from Mr. Collins, is this you, BBP Construction Drafter? Is this
Yes.
you on these drawings?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I guess along those lines, Frankie, could you scroll to the proposed front elevation or the side by side sort of? Front elevation, the one that has, previous front elevation. or that in your
I have
intro?
in staff's slides, I have the previous and this.
Was it somehow the intention that the building on the right be a replica of the building on the left? Was that what you're hoping for?
Yeah, so it's actually supposed to be an exact replica, and again, this comes down to issues with the contractor. The gable roof is not the correct pitch. On the existing house, there was a CMU wall that was put in place of the original entry wall. But the expectation was that the house would be an exact duplicate in terms of the way that the house looks now versus what was there. And again, this is something that we're gonna have to suss out with the contractor and get corrected, so I'm not arguing that point at all. You have to understand that this thing went off the rails, and now we are at the point of having to try to get this back on track and make what should have happened happen. But yes, obviously, the windows are a little bit out of view, and the roof pitch is adjusted. It is framed incorrectly, and the overhangs aren't matching the existing. So all of those things need to be addressed in order to make a duplicate of what was there. In terms of dimension, size, square footage, the existing house is roughly the same. It's just that there was an addition that was approved in our newest hearing from the last time. So we clearly have some issues that need to be worked out with the contractor. There's no question about that whatsoever. The end result of this house is to end up with essentially a duplicate of what was there. And we will have to resolve those issues on our side. That's something that's not really anything that the town can do. But just please understand that that was always the intention, was to duplicate this house or restore and save this house. Because that's what the homeowner loved about it. That's why he bought it.
Right, so the drawings that are provided here were intended to be restoration drawings?
No, the drawings that you're probably looking at right now in this new application are the drawings for what we had to put into the building department, because that's what's been built. So we're now up against another challenge, which is that I have to create a set of structural and architectural drawings that are in line with what was built to try to figure out how to resolve the building permit. Just so you know, the building department is going to give us some problems in terms of saving the whole entire left side of the house's windows. We'll have to get rid of them all because we now fall under a different set of rules and regulations in terms of our zero property line. And so we have a number of challenges. This is just challenge one, which obviously this is the biggest challenge, but ultimately I'm probably looking at probably another 4 to 6 weeks of trying to get this resolved with every department in the city minimum. So it's a mess.
So what you're saying is these drawings that we have in our packet were not the drawings that were submitted for permit that the builder used to build that right there?
No. That said,
Drawings were not submitted for permit for the builder to build that. That was built without permit.
there
How are
is
they
a-
getting
Somehow
inspections?
inspected?
We were first, So, we were notified for this when an inspection for sheathing was called in, and the inspector found that the structure was unpermitted. The only permit on file was for the repair of the existing and a rear addition.
which was the only plans we submitted at the time, which is the older set of plans. What we're looking at now is, well, we're trying to work within the confines of the building department and the bar. And so the building department wants us to create a set of architectural plans that are explaining what's there now. And the bar plans that we submitted, if you go back one step, they're on file. Everything shows up in the history of this project on file. There are a set of plans that explain clearly and show the restoration with everything exactly the way it was supposed to be. And that is what the building was supposed to work off of. That is what the permits should have been based off of. But this is what is occurred.
Why are these drawings in front of us? What are we supposed to be?
So when the structure was found to be unpermitted by building, they insisted that a permit be applied for. So they submitted drawings for permitting, at which point we said, this building was never approved for demolition, it has to go before the full board. So we have to decide whether or not we are approving an after the fact demolition of this structure, and if so, what are our conditions?
So, it was called when the sheathing inspection was requested, so which means the foundation is uninspected.
That is,
No, it was inspected.
But if there was no permit, how could you call for 4 hours?
You have to have a
You
contractor.
get a foundation inspection without a permit.
that I don't know, I was told it was caught when a sheathing inspection was called for, and that there wasn't a permit and nothing had been inspected. Now, if the lack of inspections is wrong, that's just what I was told.
I would dig into citizens of issuing inspections from the contractor and see how that progressed, because we didn't do that. That was executed by the contractor. Hence the mess.
If I remember correctly, we as a board denied demolition of this building half a year ago, or actually a year ago.
So, per timeline, March 30th last year, a permit was submitted for demolition. And then it was noted that it had to go to the board. In May of last year, we denied it with staff comments and final review by staff. That was for a rear addition that was proposed. We approved a permit in August for repairs and the addition only, and specified no demolition was authorized. We don't know when the building was demolished, other than by the Google Street View that footers were being worked on in December. No one notified us, and the building was gone.
Don't I recall correctly that when we viewed this a year ago for demolition, drawings were not necessarily to scale and accurate at that time?
I believe that is
There's a lot of projects in my head, but I feel like we never had an accurate drawing.
I believe that's correct.
I didn't pull up the record for the drawing set that was issued at the time of the permit, that it corrected all the issues that the board had concerned at that time. So I think that it's on file, it should still be in the system to get back. So the permitting set that was done, not demolition, but restoration, accurately should show all of everything that was on. And the set that you're looking at now is a redrawn set that shows what the contractor put up. So we were asked to do that by the building department in order to try to progress this forward, and so we're stuck between 2 departments here. This is obviously a headache for everyone.
So what's sitting in, what's constructed on that property right now was not engineered, was not drawn?
It's
It was
engineered.
basically,
It's engineered. The only thing that I can tell you that was constructed versus what is designed, the pitch of the roof isn't correct, and there's a couple of things that are just dimensionally off in terms of the size of the windows and some of the spatial locations of things. It's a little bit of a sloppy execution of the plans. That's something that has to be worked out with the contractor. The house is supposed to emulate exactly the appearance of the existing house. So if you're looking at the house in the pictures that you see right now, it's got like a 4-12 pitch on the roof. It should have had like a 6-12 pitch on the roof. The window should have been taller, and
you're saying this builder did an engineer to engineer that structure?
that structure, as it sits right there, is stamped and sealed by a structural engineer. because it had to be in order for us to try to figure out how to move this forward. There are engineering plans on file.
Did they retroactively engineer it, or?
Yeah, no, it's all been, everything's been done recently. So when the building department stopped work on the project, it's 3 or 4 months ago, when it stopped working months and months and months ago, then we began the process of trying to figure out how to rectify the situation, how to figure out how to restart the situation. And so all the things we were told were create a new set of architecturals that reflects the actual structure, and a structural engineering set that reflects the current situation of the structure. All of that has been done and resubmitted. But no matter what we do in terms of trying to move this project forward, we're still up against the wall of what's already been done.
We're also potentially looking at an entire foundation design without, and install without inspection.
But we're gonna have to dig into that with the building department, because
Literally.
my belief from talking to the building department is that it was inspected. So I'll get with Mr. Pope on that, but I'm pretty sure somebody came out and inspected it, because there were engineering drawings that reflected the addition. And what my belief is that they used the drawings from the addition as the guidelines for the entire house. It would have been the same, structurally, it's the same foundation for the whole house now as what the addition was supposed to be.
I think a lot of the same foundation here. I've never had an inspector sign off without signing.
I would be more than willing to ask Mr. Pope to step into this meeting and try to have some accountability for how that achieved, but I'm not the contractor.
Are there windows on the left side of the building?
There were, but there can't be now.
But currently there are.
There are, but they can't be. It's a zero property line. I'm telling you, we haven't even moved this process forward at this point. We put a full stop on everything to try to figure out how to get the 9 snakes that are running in different directions into one angle here. So what we need to try and figure out is how we can move this project forward in a way that somehow carries on the expectations of your board, and then we'll deal with the building department as a secondary issue. Obviously, that's the chain process.
Any other questions for the applicant? And then we can discuss more in public, if there's more questions for staff during work discussion.
One question, the new structure, looking at photographs, the new structure is the higher level in floor plan than the original structure. Is that an issue?
Yeah, there's a 50% rule issue in this neighborhood. It's an AE 13 or something. I think it was like 36. But I think that the changes recently changed it over. There was a discrepancy because you know how everything was reclassified in the flood zones? The Nassau Street area was one of the areas that was reclassified in new flood elevations. So some of the design was before and after that reclassification. But again, this isn't what was supposed to happen. This isn't the house that was supposed to be there.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Gunn. All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
So, my name is Kevin Everly. I actually happily own a house around the corner from this, which is one of the things that has led me to oppose the current project. I was prepared to come based on the materials in the online application and oppose it based on that. And much like, I guess, the applicant, my opposition is 180 degrees different than what you see. I can only say I cannot make any sense of what you just heard and can't even begin to sketch out the timeline of who knew what and when it was known. But the one thing I guess that we can all start from is the historic building is not there. So let's just start from there. The one thing that I would say is, regardless of how to get to that starting point, I think what maybe everybody can agree is, whatever road we have to take, the outcome should be, and plans should have been submitted to show as close as humanly possible the building on the left, the historic, attractive building on the left. The plans that you have that are apparently online as well, do not, for any number of reasons, even closely resemble what is on the left. The size of the siding is different. There were no eaves. There's a missing vent at the gable. The piazza door is now, for whatever reason, some continuous nonstop flow of one facade. The windows are differently sized. The entire building seems to be taller, I guess, since there's now a bigger gap between the top of the windows and the point between where the roof kicks in. The height of the foundation is different. I mean, it is a completely different building. And so, however the board has to get there, I would oppose, obviously, the demolition of the historic building. And as far as remediation, like I said, there is nothing about that building that is similar, in my humble estimation. And I would oppose anything other than a full-on reconstruction of the historic building, which, for whatever reason, there's been apparently no effort made to draw out at all. As for the blame, I mean, I can only, I'm not actively soliciting clients, but I can imagine that the litigation that should be that any number of lawyers waiting to sue that contractor, if indeed the contractor has any blame at all. So I'm really opposed.
I'm Captain Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We would echo Mr. Everly's comments. We are saddened and confused and disappointed to see this outcome for a historic building that could have been rehabilitated. As has been stated, this situation could have been avoided, but now that we're at this point, we feel the only course of action is to deny this after-the-fact demolition request and require that it be built back in the same form with appropriate materials. As it's been pointed out, there are significant inconsistencies between the previous building and the partially rebuilt structure. In particular, the composition of the front elevation is majorly problematic. Proportions of the facade windows and roof form, as well as the details, such as the E-line or suburban in character, and differ starkly from the original. So we ask that the board deny this request and require the applicant to come back with detailed drawings to support a more appropriate reconstruction of this installation.
Based on what the short cost of the foundation, and that really what I was going to say was exactly what was already said, so we are not in support of this application.
Is there anyone else speaking to the public? All right, Frank, if you'll give us these comments and recommendations, please.
I'm gonna link the slide on what's up there because it's make it easier for you guys if I go through it. So as we stated, you guys denied the demolition of the structure in May of last year. And then we were not notified by contractor, applicant, or property owner, nor were we notified of the reconstruction. In May of this year, they received a stop work order from the building department for exceeding the scope of the permit. And we've gone through the steps to have documents submitted to the building can review it and so that you can review it. And right now it's under a general property code. Staff's comments primarily regard if this is to be reconstructed to match what was there, since obviously the building to go back. The applicant indicates a proposal to build a house identical to the house that was demolished. However, there are many elements which are not identical. The piazza screen should be recessed from the front plane of the house, not continuously blocked. It should also be reduced in height to match the original. The The house is being raised up much taller than previously, and the foundation is CMU instead of piers like the original. We're questioning what is the base flood elevation, and does the house need to be raised to this height? Gable roof should be centered on the body of the house, and roof pitch should be steeper to match the historic house. Front windows should be centered and equally spaced on the facade. Windows should match proportions of the original house, which were much more vertical. Siding exposure should be wider to match the original, with profile to match. The original house had gable vent, which is not shown, but should be included in new plans. Piazza appears to be narrower than the piazza on the original house. It should be hand crimped stainless steel metal and tuner's red. There is no overhang to the eaves on the original house, along the gable or along the sides. Roof ended tightly at the exterior wall. Trim along the roof line does not match the original. The proposed lanterns in the drawings are not appropriate for this house. The proposed piazza door is not typical for the building type and should be revised to a solid 4 or 6 panel door. Staff recommendation is denial after the fact, reconstruction to match with staff comment. And we are suggesting that the board institute a timeline for revised plans to be submitted. We propose 30 days, but we're open to whatever time.
Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and say staff comments and recommendations?
So I don't disagree with what you're asking us to do, and I don't have a problem about the contractor that needs to do it. But I want to be very clear about this. The building department is not going to approve this. I've been told in no uncertain terms this building will now meet the criteria of a new construction structure. So despite the fact that you would all like this to be undone, and we would like to see the structure return back to exactly what it needs to be, I can rip the roof off, I can change the windows, I can change many of the features of this house to get it back to what it should have been, as close as possible. But I am now stuck within the confines of new construction regulations that I cannot get them to deal on. Now, can the board overrule the building department and give us the authority to unring the bell and build a house that doesn't meet new construction code? Because I've been told by the new construction, by the building department, there's no chance. So what you're asking me to do is now impossible.
The only item that you named that the building department has insisted on is that no windows be placed on the property line wall.
Okay, let me be clear about that. The building has to meet current international building codes for residential structures of 2018. There is nothing I can do to recreate the existing building, aside from just cosmetically, which is change the pitch, pull the eave back a little bit, and make some minor adjustments. That foundation will still have to be as substantial, and we can present the elevations for the floods to show why the elevation is where it is. But we are going to end up with a house that will be a replication. It will have the same siding and it will have much of the same appearance, but it will not structurally be the same. It cannot.
That was not in staff comment.
That's what it sounds like. You're asking us to recreate the existing structure. I'm saying we can dimensionally make it the same, but we cannot.
Everything in staff's comment was not structural, and there was a question of what DFE was.
Okay, so you would like to see this building dimensionally look like the one that was there. I will tell you, I know base flood is going to require it to be elevated. So can we at least allow the elevations, but everything else be the same?
Yes, that's why we questioned what base flood was.
Gotcha. I can get that submitted over it. If you go back to the May submission for this house, there is an architectural set that matches the existing structure. It's in there. It's in the files. I didn't bring it because I was told that we had to talk about what was there, not what we were going to have there. So I apologize, and I wish that I had bought that set at this point, frankly, because I think that that would clear some light into what was supposed to happen. But now, if that's what you need, we can alter the roof, we can alter everything to make this house the same as what it was within the confines of what the building code will allow us to do. So if that's where everyone's at, then we 100% are willing to make that happen and do everything within that plan. And I will get you an architectural set that exactly reflects the existing conditions of the house that was there. And we'll talk about what code adjustments had to be made. The egress on some of the windows would have been coordinated, like all of those things have to be adjusted. Like the bedroom window egresses were not compliant, things like that, I have to accommodate those things now. I just want to be clear about that.
All right, the applicant's presentation and public comments is now closed, we'll move into board discussion and a vote. I'm on the portal and there was a residential building where it was like an inspection passed in December 2021.
I saw it, they passed it.
I have a question probably for my. But if we were to, okay, we deny after the fact demolition, we have to rebuild the house, it truly fall into construction that.
Yeah.
At this point, they have shot themselves in both feet because it is a new house. There is nothing left to be a restoration. This is a new construction project that will have to meet zoning and building requirements per 2022.
They might be able to use their footprint zoning wise, and the foundation would have been new anyway, given that it had to be elevated. But, like trying to restore windows less than 3 feet from property line is not gonna fly, and there's a lot of other things that would have to be adjusted. All that said, you're still that previous house, the proportions, the details, and all of the elements that are completely absent from what you see on the right there. Give the homeowner and the designer some benefit of the doubt. I really don't know what happened, and I think it has to kind of start over. Maybe there's a way to establish the foundation, if it's somehow that approved. Although those flood vents are in a really weird spot, right, and which side of the building they're on, but above that, I think it just has to be completely rethought and designed to match the beautiful vernacular form and details that were there before. And that might seem easy, but it takes the math to recognize what's there and document it properly and recreate it.
I think what you said, Julia, I would echo. It's not a matter of cutting the roof back. I mean, this is all, how many snakes you said running in different directions, it's more than that. If a homeowner was this far in the dark and got this far along, I'm sorry, I feel it for you. Because, I mean, it appears to be completely off the rails. But that said, that's why we denied demolition of the building in the past year, because building were safe. And as opposed to previous applications, you look at the photograph on the left, and essentially everything's there. That's why we denied demolition. And even maintaining a lesser percentage of those boards, permitting and building and restoring this, the rules of what was there was a lot easier than new construction on this property. And so, process unfortunately has been made much, much more difficult than it had to be, and I'm sure far, far more expensive than it had to be to save these. But I would echo Julia's comments about, I think we've been told by the applicant that you can present us with a set of drawings that identically match what was mistakenly demolished. And I think that's what we, that's not what we have before us today.
Yeah, building needs to be detailed. It is a new building. It's going to be a new building. It needs to be detailed like the old building. Got plenty of evidence to do that. We even have some old drawings of the old building. Go by. And whatever motion goes along, I'd like to have a request of reasonable staff verify with the building department how inspections are given. Or the board obviously grant demolition instruction.
I'll check with the building department tomorrow. I was told that was the first inspection, so if there's confusion on that, we'll definitely clear that.
Yeah, I'd like to have that answer, and then, yeah, and Julie made a really good point, just a very quick point, those flood vents are in the wrong location, they don't meet code. So if that was inspected, somebody's building department either missed it, or I don't know how that happened, so.
And even if, I mean, if an inspector was on site to theoretically look at a foundation for an addition on the back, they look at the rest of it. That may have happened, but there still wasn't proof that a drawing here was supposed to be operating by using the old building. And that is no longer.
So that's aside from anything to do with the applicant, I'm asking that request of staff to get to the bottom of what's over here, the veterans across the way here, this situation. But I agree with staff's recommendation. Support that.
I agree. I think it's, realistically, except for based on BFE, potential slight elevation, and the structure that might be required, and the fenestration is equal to the property. There's no reason why this building would actually and effectively.
I would add that I think procedurally, this board has no choice other than to deny demolition after the fact. But if you have the drawings that I think you say you have, I don't think this has to be a long drawn out process, because it should be relatively easy to take after the fact demolition and come back with the proper set of drawings for modification or whatever may need to happen. Or the appeal, but with these materials to move forward on our end. I'm sure this has been 5 years with attorneys if this all happened, but that's not our, I don't think that part. I would never do.
Similar applications of these sort of after the fact things, just to let the applicant know, and this board's action of denying after the fact, it's our device to require retention of that form. I'll go ahead and make the motion for denial after the fact. Reconstruction is to match the exact building that was there before, pending our review with staff's comments. And I would like to see the plans within 30 days, but that's up to your timeline. It sounds like you'd like to get that going. Also, I want to add to that motion if I can do this, a motion of the staff to query the building department. I'd like a timeline of events, submittals to the building department, permitting and inspections from the building department, and how this came to be. I want to have that today.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of after the fact demolition. Requiring reconstruction to match the exact building and then board review. The applicant must submit revised plans within 30 days. And a board comment, staff to provide a timeline for events for the building department.
We've had them attend meetings in the past that they needed to explain things to us, however they want to do it. They're welcome to attend.
I can get a timeline and I'll see if anyone's available.
Do I have a second for Bill's motion?
Second.
Imply in your motion that we understand that the new building is not like the exact last.
And so given that my question earlier, if it
building. We're converting to just elevation and moving it.
Otherwise, it needs to be-
Just before we vote, I would recommend that the applicant maybe reference, there are any number of existing houses of this vintage form spirit that you could reference in addition to whatever photographs you have. But I expect that we're gonna be pretty picky about what we see when it comes back. It needs to be accurate.
Am I remembering right that there's a house just a few, like across the street, if you were saying, that was very similar to this, that was. Anyways, we have a motion, on the floor, so I'll give Phil more second. I'll put the motion to a vote. Julia?
Yeah.
Glenn?
in favor.
Phil?
Yeah,
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Khan and Mr. Blackburn. All right, agenda item number 3, 119 through 121 Broad Street. Frankie, when you're ready, we have some introductions for the board, please.
Broad is requesting exception approval for a new two-story guest house for is category 2 in Charlestown, for 1803 in the Old Historic District. This is property's location on Broad Street. The existing site east on Broad. And we're not showing the district.
Inside, yes, Stevenson, Stevenson Architects, and this is a and you all seen this before, and so we have addressed the comments that I thought you could from our last meeting, and so I hope you knew what they were saying about that. I just wanted to clear up a few things. I know the footprint, closing the guest house and the existing guest house. So the full square feet of the footprint of the proposed is 816 square feet. Under port, which is 255 square feet, and the existing guest house is 1,240 square feet. So, difference, this is a little bit smaller. I know there was some interest in resetting the guest house, and so we did. And we were able to reduce the height by 40 inches. I mean, this is a guest house. You all know it's a third largest property. Scale-wise, this house really is not part of the also set back to the street. So I think one of the most significant changes that I'm super happy about is that that's the whole thing. I mean, that's whole.
The board requested the previous be included with this.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So we got the previous.
So this is now the construction is going to be outside will be people live 3 parts out there waiting. also restudied that east elevation and basically did what it was asked and mimic the west elevation. Is that it's a not a turn metal roof is made anymore, but it's the one that the city allows. That print, I think, is a minimum. But it's, there's only a few streets that the city allows, so that is what we're using. We're back down the road. The pergola, we were asked to study that and try to reduce the size of that and simplify it. I was asked to make it a little lighter, so instead of solid wall with window perforations on the street side, we just created a half wall, which columns rest on a structure to grow plants. That's really the intention of it, and which will help or screen the pool and that activity street. This structure set back about 50 feet from the street. We did talk to zoning, and they consider this a park structure and with their zoning.
The fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Can you remind me what the flood zone is, like what your first floor?
Yeah, so it's at AE 10. So we have this one, so we're basically proposing to just flood through the ground floor. If we were to pick it up, the higher would be only 2 feet off the ground.
Flipping back between previously and current, previously there was some sort of pedestal step up to the first floor or no?
Minimal, but I know that the, it seemed like there was we were trying to reduce the height as much as possible, so that was one of the things
Right, and then how about the height on the pergola? I think that was a question as well, that it came down
that.
about
It came down
12.
12 inches.
The main elements of the left and right pergola, if it's open or how does this function?
Those little structures, yeah, they're open. And it's really meant to give row lines up the side. No, I guess the main function is really just to screen it. It's a screen pool, I think it's just something that during the conversations was suggested that we did. So we got that.
Yeah. Construction of the pergola, which is the new structures, not actual pergola. Like a stage.
On this,
So much.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Good afternoon, Chuck Baker, 5 Exchange Street. I was here last time, so I'll just brief. I represent Marty and Sean Mullen. They live at 125 Broad Street, right next door on Broad, immediately to the west. Paul Salvatus at 54 Degree Street, who's right behind the Mullins, is the back of his house, which is directly at the west elevation of the schoolhouse. Dr. and Ms. Mullen are here today with me. Mr. Soldatus was out of the country on business and couldn't be here. While we still believe the scale of the entire pool complex is too large, we understand the board's position from the last meeting, and I'm not going to belabor that point again tonight. I'm here to raise one critical issue, which is of utmost concern to our clients, who are the closest and most affected by the project. That is the location of the pool equipment. So let me talk visually first. Ms. Pino put up the kind of schematic overhead view with the coloring. So right now, the pool equipment, and there's got to be a structure built for the pool equipment, is on the side of the pool house is adjacent to my client's property. There's have to be a structure built, and it's within this board's purview to look at the aesthetics of that structure. In its current location, it's not only in the effect it has on the neighbors, not only be visible from my neighbor's, my client's house, but from Broad Street also. We don't know how much landscaping is going to screen it. In our opinion, it would be much better aesthetically and easier from a visual standpoint to move the pool equipment to the other side of the pool house where the buildings are massed, as opposed to on our side of near our property line, which is a garden-like setting all the way through the parking lot. Placing the pool equipment there in some type of structure, and we don't know what that structure could look like. I'm presuming they need approval from the board for the aesthetics of the structure. But that is something in our purview, which in the board's purview, in our opinion, the board can require that to be moved to the other side. As depicted, it's 20 feet from my client's, the back of the houses, and in the Mullins bedrooms, just a little bit farther away, 20 feet from Mr. Saldatis' house. Of course, the larger the pool, the larger the equipment's going to be. So these structures that house the equipment we have to be pretty large. We don't know how large. I heard what Ms. Van Slamberg said about livability, and I'm not going to talk about livability other than to say this board has the power to condition the approval on moving the pool equipment to the other side of the pool house from an aesthetic standpoint, which will prevent a livability problem. Because pool equipment can be loud. We don't know how loud it's going to be. The applicant has said they're going to do sound attenuation. We don't have any specifics on that. So why put the risk on the Soldatises and the Mullins? Move it to the other side. The risk of whether it's noisy or not is on the applicant, as it should be. And it'd be toward the center of the property, and it'd be more easily hidden from Broad Street by whatever means they choose to do that. And if it's not loud, turns out not to be loud, that's great. It's better that they not hear it than you not hear it on the outside. So we would ask the board conditioning approval on moving structures and the pool for the pool equipment and the pool equipment to the other side of the pool. Have to answer any questions. If not, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
I'm Carrie Abdu, and I actually live next door to Mr. Saldatos, down the street from the Mullins. And like them, I am very concerned about this. My house goes right up against where actually those parking spaces are. That huge one block, that is what I look at outside my bedroom window, and I look directly at the current guest house. From my standpoint, this application is fairly modified from the one deferred last month. It should once again be deferred. The combination of parking area, pool and decks, pool house, pergola, and fountain essentially cover the entire currently greenscaped area. I think this just detracts from the historic main structure, as well as its prominent placement on Broad Street and immediate visibility for people driving into downtown. Specifically, despite the size of the property overall, the large pool and pool deck dominate this site. pool, as was mentioned at the last meeting, is roughly 2.5 times the average residential pool. It's larger than that of the Mills House and Charleston Place hotels, and any pool at a residence south of Broad. I recognize this is a very large piece of property, but this is an extremely large pool. The parking area, which formerly was used by the staff of the church diocese and its visitors, that's those 13 spaces that are now all going to be concrete, is ridiculously large for single-family residents. It would seem to me that you really would only require half that amount of area for parking, maybe grass in the other half, you could use that for overflow parking if that was ever needed. It seems that with the rising impact of water on the lower peninsula, the proposed project with its abundance of hardscape and impervious structures really sets a poor example of risk management and flood mitigation. Although the two-story pool house roof line has been lowered by 3.5 feet, it was interesting for me in talking to a neighbor, Larry Wetzel, to learn that 1 foot of that was made by taking the ground floor of the pool house down a foot. So that addresses the concept of, what wasn't there more of a step going into the pool house before there was. They've now lowered it. So they really haven't taken the roof line down at all. The width of the pool house has been increased by 1 foot. There's a 2-foot floor joist between the first floor and the second floor, which is unusual for residential living quarters. That's the kind of thing you typically see in commercial space or something with really heavy materials on it. So I kind of wonder again how this pool house is going to be used. I still believe that this pool house is just too large, dominates the entire property, especially when viewed from Broad Street. It is not the 1.5 stories, as was strongly suggested at the last meeting. And so I was disappointed in that. We believe that the pergola lowered by just 1 foot is still too high at 15 feet and remains massive in appearance. Even if it's all planted out, that'll take a couple of years, but still. And I'd also just like to echo Mr. Baker's comment about the pool equipment maintenance area. Mr. Soldados' house, I mean, he looks from one of his bedrooms on the second floor directly down onto that pool equipment. I mean, you can see it all burning and running. And believe me, sound carries at night. We've all heard it, and I would hear it, as would he, as with the Wetzels. It seemed very reasonable to move this to the other side of the house. Again, concern overall is that the scope of this proposal will result in loss of privacy for both us, the neighboring properties on the green, and the residents of 119 Broad, who will still be looking at us. They don't have a lot of screening from our home, and only with this pool house and pool area between us. The parking area, as I stated, could be cut in half from its existing 13 space size with a grassed area for extra parking. Please, we ask again that you defer this submission. Thank you.
Second.
Teresa Smite on behalf of the Charlestown Neighborhood Association. While the board of the Charlestown Neighborhood Association doesn't always comment on projects in our neighborhood, but our board feels that this is a significant project that bears careful scrutiny. We want to thank the owners and the architect for making the changes in response to the last meeting. Unfortunately, we feel that these changes still don't address the issues that were raised by the neighbors, the Preservation Society, and us at the last meeting. We support the comments made by Mr. Baker and Ms. Agnew, and we oppose the project as presented and ask that you defer for further review. Thank you.
Have anyone else speaking to the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. At the last meeting, the Preservation Society advocated that the height of this building be reduced to be more deferential to the main house. Being one of the most unique and significant buildings on Broad Street, it must remain the prominent feature of this site. We were encouraged that the board agreed and the applicant was openly amenable to reducing the height to 1.5 stories. We feel strongly this would be the most appropriate height for an accessory structure on this property and ask the board to defer this application for this revision to be made. For the benefit of the public, we would also like to state that we continue to struggle with plans for this project that do not meet some of the requirements. In what was published online for the public's review, there were no before and after sheets to show changes since the previous review. The tape on page A8 showed the wrong elevation. This inconsistency complicates and diminishes the integrity of the design review process, and we ask that future submittals be required to submit necessary, accurate information before proceeding to the board hearing. Thank you.
Anyone else speak from the public? All right, we had one written comment by Mr. Lawrence Wetzel at 50 and a half Green Street, submitted September 6th. The application is slightly modified, although slightly modified from previously deferred application, should also be deferred or denied because the scale and massing of the structures located in the historic district zone for single-family residences remains inappropriate. The combination of parking area, pool and decks, pool house, pergola, and fountain essentially cover the entire site and detracts from the circa 1803 historic structure and residential feel of the neighborhood. Our concern is that approval would set an unwanted precedent for future applications in historic districts. Specifically, the large pool and deck area dominate the site. Its size is roughly 2.5 times the average residential pool, especially in the historic district south of Broad. This drives the size and massing of the other structures. The parking area formerly used by staff and visitors of each church diocese is too large for a single-family house, creating a large impervious surface area. Although the 2-story pool house roof line has been lowered by 42 inches, 12 inches of which lowering the first floor, the last submission, the width has been increased by 12 inches. At 28.6 feet high, 42 feet wide, and 2,100 square feet, the new pool house is still too large and dominant when viewed from Broad Street. It is not a story and a half as promised at the last meeting. The pergola, now lowered by just 1 foot, is still too high, 15 feet, and still comes up above the second floor level of the pool house. The fountain seems to remain the same size and has the overall massing of the pool house behind it. The combination of buildings, parking, driveways, pool deck, walkways, and fountain offers very little open, pervious surface on the site to absorb rainwater. As one of the abutting neighbors, my concern is that the overall size will result in a loss of privacy for both the neighbors and residents of 119 Broad. A smaller pool would drive a smaller pool house and pergola, more gardening, and pervious surfaces allowing more vegetation to be used as privacy screening. The parking area could be much smaller than the 13 spaces now, or divided by landscape island. As an engineer, I'm also concerned about the size of the pool, equipment, and chemicals needed to control and maintain the large fountain, pool, gargoyle jets, waterfalls, and spa. The proposed screening of open-sided boards, 50 inches high, 72 inches wide, and a 24-inch high platform for the equipment is totally inadequate for sight and sound screening from the neighboring house located less than 20 feet away and whose second-floor bedroom looks directly into the top of the pool equipment. This mechanical equipment should be relocated away from the neighbors in the pool house or the pergola. And that is it for written comments. Frankie, will you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Staff comments. For the pool house, the applicant responded to previous comments related to the fenestration, roof, and building materials. And for the width of the openings on the street side elevation matched the width of the openings on the pool side, but the proportions of those on the street side could be improved by making them vertical. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Stevenson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything related to the public comment and city staff comments and recommendations?
Yes, please. Several comments have been made about how this pool is 2.5 times long. And this property is over 2.5 times larger. This is a guest house on a large piece of property in Charleston, set back from the street, over 100 feet. property was slated to be subdivided and have 4 large houses built on it. So I don't think that what we're doing, it meets all the zoning requirements. I know my clients are very interested in being good neighbors as far as noise. I don't think they will have an issue there, but I don't think that moving the equipment to the other side of the house, where it really is then in competition or to be used with this beautiful historical house. Happy to do further details and refinement for that. If that would please people, we are going to bubble the walls as good as possible. And, we don't want an eyesore in the property either. So there is going to be pretty aggressive landscaping. And I think that between the pergola and the landscaping and the pretty severe setback from the street, I don't think that the full structure, the full equipment structure is going to be hardly noticeable. And again, we're happy to talk to the neighbors about what goes there, if that's a concern, and about how it's detailed. But other than that, I think that we lowered the building, but my client is still interested. It's a guest house, and they want it to be used that way. They weren't all that keen on with 1.5 stories. So we tried to make it a little smaller. It is set back pretty far from the street. And it is screened pretty heavily. So as far as anything else, parking and all that, that's the other discussion here. So thank you.
2 more quick questions. The distance from the pool house, I guess from the porch to the street, there's not a lot of dimensions on the site plan, but do you happen to know how far from Broad Street the pool house is?
Yeah, it is 100 feet, 100 plus feet, I think it's like 150 or something. From the porch, yeah.
And then, can you explain the really deep floor system of the second floor? Is that really necessary?
That was really because we are in flood, we're going to be, so I think everything's going to be in that floor system.
All right, public comment, its presentation is closed, we'll move into board and vote. I'll start and say that we appreciate the applicant's attempt to upgrade the materials and get away from stucco on frame and now have stucco on masonry. I get the impression that he's trying to, design a fairly conservative little building. I do still think there are some, proportion and detail questions that need to be finessed further. But in terms of the height, scale, mass, and general architectural direction, I'm okay with it. To restore that pedestal condition, just get a little bit off of grade, especially if you really plan to have a bathroom on that level, because I don't think you'd be allowed to if it was below DFE. And then maybe take that height back from the structure at the second floor. I think that could be done. Yeah, and then really, I think it just would come down to finessing proportions and details and just really making it as simple and elegant as possible. And I would typically encourage you to not use this exact balustrade and column details that are on the main house, but to differentiate them. I mean, they could still be turned balusters and, classical sort of details, but trying to match them exactly seems a little confusing. And just one comment from Mr. Baker.
I've been working, 20 years. I don't think I've ever known anybody who opted to put their pool equipment as close as they could to their own house. Just saying.
Well, they're putting it close at my house.
Yeah. And then that's asked, but I can only assume that it meets the west side setback, right? If you're not having to ask for a permit.
I have a couple of comments on the field of Julia. Maybe a few questions, but Julia, I think I echo a lot of what you had to say in that one of my comments was very, very carefully study materials and finesse and detailing, because conceptual submittal-wise, I think, you know, kind of take scale mass from this building, conceptually, that's where we are, but I think there's a lot of finesse to do, a lot of consideration of materials. I appreciate the change on the stucco method, but I think there's still a lot of things like even roofing materials and answer exactly what are these things and how well is it built and what is a little bit deeper. Or the visibility of this property. This is it's visible to a lot of people, which I think is why you hear a lot of public input. That said, the size of the house, the pool, it's a big pool, but it's a big house and big lot. So I think the job then, that's the request of the owner to have a pool this size, is to really fit successfully into a plan, so the pool doesn't feel overwhelming. And I think that sort of brings me to a few scale questions, and it may just be that the site plan needs to be updated. It's nice to have a rendering, but I think we are going to approach the very highly labeled site plan to understand exactly what is happening and going on. Things like, and it's not that these things are wrong, but it is a very brief distance from the covered porch columns to the side of the pool and the hot tub. To get to the west flanking pavilion, you kind of have to walk through the pool to get to it. Maybe that's the intent. I wonder if there might not be a way to let one of these pavilions be the home for pool equipment and things like that. You can also put a good portion of the pool equipment in the vault underground. That is completely doable with a pre-made equipment vault that you can purchase. So I think there are hopefully ways to work with the neighbors and help with some of those concerns. I'm guessing HVAC will also be in this area, is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So I think it is a valid concern to think that considering flood elevation and so forth, what does this area look like and how is it screened and potentially sound control? I think the rendered landscape plan does a good job of helping illustrate that if planted like this, it does really help visually push everything back off the street and keep it relatively private. I would love to see the plan progress a step onward so that we really know what is happening, because the green marker doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed to get planted or filled. So I'd love to see this go a little further, even though this board can't talk about what the plan is. I think with the visibility of this project, it would be helpful to know more detail about I hate to say guarantee, but to assure people that it's going to be planted well and not just rolling outside so that it all is visible like football. I would definitely encourage you all to double check the turn radius and the access to the parking area at the end of the driveway. I don't think that can actually happen the way it especially, I've seen some larger vehicles over here, and I presume those vehicles won't go away. So I think really the curved half island would probably not be a reality once they're actually maneuvering the parking area. And then I know we had mentioned last time about trying to soften the parking area, maybe with a change of materials, some impervious materials, things that aren't just a full poured concrete slab. Again, that we're at conceptual at the moment, so moving forward, I think exploring these details and color palettes and finishes, all of that becomes really important, I think, for the board to view this project in totality. What is the fountain? What's the detailing? Knowing that we're looking at a landscape plan in a little while for a property on Ashley Avenue in detail, I just think the details of this need to go a lot further if the project is progressing a lot more preliminary. And that is everything. Seafood equipment. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate, I was admittedly disappointed to see that the building wasn't a story and a half. I think you could creatively design a very beautiful building that way. But I do acknowledge that it's lower than it was on the last visit.
Say I agree with a lot of the comments my fellow board members have made. I'm intrigued by the potential of the pump vault. I mean, it's a really good plan. And one thing that it's more of a landscape issue, but it's always struck me that just the sheer size of this parking area. I know that back when the building functioned for diocese, they needed that many spaces. This requirement. Is there an opportunity for, as Glenn mentioned, at least a variety of paving or pervious materials and/or maybe even some green space in that area? Might be a little, it's distracting right now, just the size of that concrete area. I think you guys covered with your comments really well, comments about the building's proper. Yeah, I too was hoping to see a story in a house scenario. I do appreciate a reduction of 40 inches. That's a pretty aggressive reduction. I do appreciate that very much. And given that span for a 24-inch deep truss, that's more than a stiff floor. I know you're balancing your mechanicals in with that scenario. I know you could at least buy probably 4 inches to go to a 20-inch truss, or maybe even eke out an 18-inch truss to get 6 more inches, something like that. Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to what the board members have said.
I appreciate the changes that have been made, particularly changing to masonry. That's a huge benefit. I really appreciate that. I am, like you said, and I'm very disappointed that there wasn't an effort made to experiment a little bit with this building and the story. So that would be a better solution. I don't think the building is unattractive. I think the demonstration is positive. And I still think there are opportunities toward this building even more, even if you should have 10-foot ceilings, finished ceiling on both floors. There's an opportunity to drop. Reduce the truss, the open web truss system a little bit. And certainly considering modifications to the ground bulbs in, and they really help diminish the impact of the pool. So I think all those things would be positive changes that could be considered without really altering the basic architectural direction.
Everyone can do it behind the purple up. It was 16 feet last time.
Yeah, so it's pretty big, so all the way back. A little, I think it reads heavy still, a little less. Maybe the landscape plan, I'm a little less concerned about it. I'm left. More concerned, I appreciate the fact that it's come down some. But I think it could be lightened, I think it would be nicer if we're lightened. And design, and I agree with, my fellow members' comment about the parking. I think the parking area, there's a lot of material and landscape methods for lightening up that park. That's certainly, concrete is options, which I will soften the light. That's what I have. I'm not sure whether.
One more, I guess I didn't touch on the actual. Well, I'm going to call it flanking buildings. I probably should have said, I think that in a way they introduced sort of a third architectural vocabulary. You have to have graphic details and they're relatively informal. I think the verticality of the roof might not be necessary. I don't know that these being 15 feet tall really assist in holding pressure from the street. Style-wise, I think they should be rethought a little bit with a little less emphasis on this pitch, or a little tip. This tip roof. I'd love to see this studied a bit more. Just that house beach. Really, I think they should become more gardeny and less beachy. And I think they can easily do that.
Okay, I'm trying to pull together some kind of motion. I think I'll try to make a motion for conceptual approval with several board comments. One, to carefully restudy proportions, demonstration, and details to be more practical, but to differentiate detail from the existing. Two, to restudy vertical conditions and restore the pedestal condition at the base without increasing the overall height. Pedestal condition at the base without increasing the overall height. 3, to clarify mechanical equipment, and screening. The English said that was only cool for them, but apparently mechanical as well, so yeah, needs to be clarified. Number 4 would be encourage locating pool equipment in an underground vault. Reduce impervious paving.
the ability to locate the equipment involved, getting the plugs in. I don't want it to be caught in catch 22.
It's my opinion that pumps the filter piping, all chemical.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have a new.
If there were heaters, the heater would need to be at the same elevation as the but primary noise generation of daily operations would be in the wall.
Anything about the, yeah, I had
Yeah, I appreciate your.
Maybe lighten the corridor and design it. You want to do specific things that could be
regular, be more in keeping with the primary design language on the property. Another requirement, it's really hard to see what it was last time. We need to see what it was last time and what it is now in order to assess how far you've come. Is that the range middle? Right. Oh, and that with priority by staff or what is that? All right. We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with several board comments. First, to carefully restate the proportions, illustration, and details to be more classical but differentiate from the existing house. Two, to restudy the vertical conditions and restore the pedestal condition at the base without increasing height. Third, to clarify the pool equipment screening and soundproofing. Four, to encourage locating the pool equipment in underground vault. 5, to reduce the impervious paving, and 6, to refine the pergola design language to be more in keeping with the primary design language on the property. Clarify pool equipment screening and soundproofing.
That pool equipment and pool slash mechanical equipment, just.
And not get too late, I think we need to clarify. Where does it have to be existing grade in that area, is there and we need to know.
Yeah, that's one thing I think would be helpful if we're added to these drawings.
So, board comment 7 to add DFE.
Another part of the,
That's
the middle requirements, really, it should be.
Is it a requirement? Oh, it is, so do we need to?
It won't hurt to.
So, board comment 7, to include DFE on. All right. Do I have a second to Julie's motion? Thank you, Glenn. Put it to a vote. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Glenn? Chair votes to the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Agenda item number 4 is 9 Cummings Street. Frank, you can give us an introduction of the
New Gov extension second floor. Extension of second floor addition to the ground and new rear addition. It is not rated and Charleston Village Topograph maintenance 1 in the old and historic district. This is the property's location on Cummings Street. Site photos. Context of Cummings Street. And board maps.
name.
My name is Robbie Marty, and I am representing the homeowners at 9 Main Street. So I'd like to start with the first slide with the photographs of the building. So this is a sweet little house on Covey Street. It's located between Duquesne and Wentworth Streets, and it's very much sort of the college part of the neighborhood. And I'd like to start with just sort of pointing out the scale of this house. I mean, just compared to the other houses on the block, it's just a little thing. And if you'll flip 2 pictures to the sandboard maps. So the house was constructed sometime between 1884 and 1888. And it was originally a 2-story with a single porch along the entire south side. And then around the turn of the century, a second porch was added, and then a little L-shaped addition was tucked into the back. And then by 1944, the addition was still there, but the porches were gone, and probably the entry that is there now or something like it was built, and it's pretty much stayed in the same condition since then. So if you would go ahead and flip to, actually, let's go ahead and go all the way to the first elevation. So because of the size of the house, the homeowners would like to add just a little bit of space in addition. Just as you can see, it's pretty small. So one of the things that they would like to do is to restore the 2-story piazza and also the front screen wall, which is sort of what we imagined that the house probably had when it was originally constructed. And then also put an iron gate, just a very simple gate across the front with a pair of stucco piers. And you can flip to the next one. And this is the south elevation, so you can see that the 2-story piazza across the front. One thing that is significant to note is that this house is already fairly low to the ground, and with the width of the driveway, that it would make parking in the driveway and opening doors difficult to add sort of a full-scale porch. So we're proposing to do sort of a ground level entry, and then you still step up into the first floor of the house. And you can see on the rear where from the top slide, you can see where that original kind of addition was constructed, and then at some point that little 1-story single slope was added. And then so what we're proposing is to take off the single slope 1-story, bring the little 2nd-story bump out to the ground, and then add our addition to the back. I added to the bump out simply because proportion-wise, it just was a little bit awkward to have that kind of narrow sliver right there, and it gave a little bit of relief to the interior floor plan. The design of the addition is pretty similar to the existing house. The windows are a little bit larger, the window patterns are a little bit different. I'm showing the siding is the same, but would be open to changing the siding slightly. I don't want to go with a lot larger siding because I think it would just make the whole thing seem bigger. This may seem like a lot of an addition, but because the house is the scale that it is, I think that it just appears to be just because of the house is small, and so anything that you add to it is going to be like something.
Question for the applicant? The decision not to restore a piazza at the first floor is based on wanting to get a car in there?
Yeah.
And get out, just that car? Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, do we have anyone speaking to the public?
Annual warrant for Hudson Foundation, except as review the application for conceptual approval for 2003 Plaza and rear addition. This house has seen several alterations in the past that have compromised the historic character of the building, most notably the removal of the original piazza. We are pleased that the applicant is adding a new piazza and returning the house to its former appearance from the street. This will be a positive for the property and the block as a whole. Our only comment is that the rear addition should be differentiated from the historic building. We think this could be accomplished by retaining the corner board on the north elevation and pulling the addition building mass at this point inward to be narrower than the historic structure. With this exception, we recommend approval of this application.
Amy Catherine Carroll of the Preservation Society of Charleston. We're supportive of this proposal that goes a long way to reverse and clean up a series of unfortunate alterations and additions. Thank you for the clarification about the configuration of the ground floor piazza with regard to parking. However, we did struggle with that a little bit as far as restoration goes. It was something to study moving forward, just the treatment of the first floor in relation to the second of the piazza. We also had a question about the proposal to relocate the primary stair hall door. And we just wanted to see that continue to be steady as this project moves forward. And we also think that it would be beneficial to differentiate the siding out slightly at the rear addition. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frank, would you give us the staff comments and recommendations, please?
The comments, the new portion of the structure should be differentiated from the existing structure. Our thought was that the projected portion should be limited to its width and not extended, just continue to the ground. Rear addition should be subordinate to existing, either by lowering height or something along those lines. Like everyone else, we struggled with the lack of piazza on the first floor, and we recommended that it should be added. For a number of window to door changes, we recommend reducing those in order to minimize alterations to the historic structure. For example, there is a window in the laundry room that is being changed to a door that could be on the window in the front door could stay in its current location. Windows on the rear addition should be space.
Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations or public comments?
So, you know, we would be okay with sort of shifting the doors back, and just sort of the floor plan flow, if we were interested in the possibility of relocating the entry door. Very much like for the ground floor piazza to stay where it is simply because of the parking issue and to being able to have a usable driveway. And we can, you know, we're open to restudying the window pattern on the.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. Is there
I would say it's certainly, I appreciate it, so, dramatic improvement. Rows existing. I do agree generally with staff's comments. I understand very little bit. I understand why that laundry room door is a door, not a window now. Just simply, you know, no effective access to the second floor portion of the master bedroom. That walk to, so I guess this bedroom, you said that doorway. So I'm a little sympathetic to that move. Because the interior layout truly drives that. I do think that preservation's approach trying to delineate along that. The north elevation would be positive, but it certainly is a step in the right direction.
Great question.
is, you're not proposing to elevate this to comply with current requirements, right? And somehow you're able to do all this work and not hit that
'Cause we will have to apply for a variance.
Okay.
The backyard tree in the rear, is that approved for removal?
So we talked with, and had a tree person come out and they have agreed that it's got some disease in it, and so, yes, that tree is. The paperwork hasn't been submitted yet, but they seem to think that is very clear.
So big circle.
It's a gigantic tree.
It
Yeah.
is.
And so obviously if that were not approved, it would be a very different ballgame.
Right, yes.
Last
So-
question, oh, sorry, good.
Well, I would say anything that we do needs to be conditional upon zoning approving tree removal.
Last question, just out of order, I apologize, but, is the roof looks historic, and turned metal, right? And somehow you're just trying to extend it along the same plane there?
So I think that the roof is gonna be a discussion, but possibly not for this. But the condition of the existing roof and how that's gonna be done, I think that we're gonna have to deal with down the road. But we wanted to get through the addition part of this first, and then we'll deal with it.
I'm commenting that. We're in board discussion now. I agree that it's, generally a really positive proposal. Appreciate the restoration of the piazza element. And I agree with preservation groups that demarcating old versus new would be really helpful. And differentiating the siding to whatever extent appropriate. I think I'm okay with your justification for not restoring the piazza at this time. Maybe someday in the future we won't need cars and someone can fit out. But, yeah, generally I think it's a positive.
I agree, and I pretty much wholeheartedly agree with the Preservation Society and George Olson comments, especially about just the differentiation of the siding and the addition. I think obviously the restoration of piazza is a positive. Seen plenty of houses where it does meet this condition, it goes to the ground. Usually that is the scenario, a tight driveway, so strategically pull up to open your car door, get out of your vehicle. Behind this condition and actually re-added the piazza floor at one point in time. Obviously, it's doable. So yeah, I'm very encouraged by the project. And, any other comments besides that?
And I don't have a lot to add. I think that keyword is differentiation here and carrying this to a more detailed level. I will admit that when I first reviewed the elevations, wow, it's huge. Perfect. I think piano's half the first floor, or takes up half the first floor. But, I think the reconfiguration of the floor plan seems to be smart as far as trying to use the house, and I think there are things we've already talked about. But I feel like the zoning approval for the tree, of course, being paramount.
Can I ask you a question about your comment number 6, that the windows should be equally spaced?
There was something that noted, on the second floor of the addition, they got closer together.
I just wanted to visit and other board members, how we feel about the widening of the, signal from Alex.
I don't have a lot of problem with it, mainly because it's going to be viewed on such an oblique. Overpowering, it's going to be about 17 feet wide. Has to call a foot here or there. Yeah, not oblique, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference.
I concur, I think it should try to push it in or do something, that it would complicate things with that elevation. I think it would just, I think it would draw attention to it instead of hopefully allowing it to be what it is.
For conceptual approval with staff comments number 1. I think that's it. Am I forgetting something? Did you want a board comment about differentiating? Staff comment number 1, any questions to differentiate? Nothing.
Number 6, I understand the comment, but the way it works with the floor plan, the bathroom, I think
Visibility. Right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval, with staff comment 1. Do I have a second? Glenn? The motion to vote. Bill?
Yeah, sorry.
Fillmore?
Dan, say,
Julia? Dan David. Glenn?
Yeah, they-
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, agenda 161 Trav Street. Frankie, can you give us an introduction and overview when you're ready?
Trad is proposing conceptual approval, housing enclosure on 2 stories. It is category 3 in Charlestown, circa 1870. This is the location on Trad Street. Oops. There's photos of Trad. And then the sample map showing the history of the structure.
Hi, my name is Dennis Shum, the architect for 161 Trad. Rationale behind the entire design was that the couple that lived there, which was middle-aged, have a young child, the stairway from their living space to the master is not the code height-wise or width-wise. And I think you've fallen already down that stairs. So we started talking about what did we need to do, and we came up with the idea that we would reconfigure what's on the new design in the house, but that also part of the problem was that with elderly relatives and with having young children, the bathrooms that were there just are not adequate. So the concept we came up with was just to enclose the back 15 feet, so it's 150 square feet on each floor, and get a back entry where they could drop off backpacks or whatever, have a bathroom on the first floor, and then going up to the second floor. Laundry, because right now the laundry basically is in a little tiny hole. So we would make a laundry room up there, and we would make a larger bathroom, more handicap accessible for the parents, grandparents, whatever, when they come. The real basis of the design is that we need to enclose the back 15 feet, and those are on 7 and 8. 8 being the existing, and 7 being what changes there would be. You see, it's basically the last bay and partial between the columns on the second bay. Everything to the front that's visible from the street is left alone. The house is in good shape. We're not having to do anything else there. There's nothing on the property, no landscaping, driving, that's all in good shape. So it's just building under the existing on that last 15 feet.
Board members have any questions for the applicant? Do we have any public comment?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is not supportive of piazza infill in accordance with the BAR policy statement on piazza enclosures that emphasize the importance of preserving this characteristic feature of Charleston vernacular architecture. In particular, this piazza is pristine with little to no evidence of alterations over the years, which is increasingly rare. Certainly sympathetic to the desires of the owners, but we feel strongly that options to enhance accessibility should be explored at less invasive and conspicuous locations, such as at the rear of the property where the impact on the building's historic form would be minimized. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation, we reviewed the application for piazza enclosure west of Trask Street. As stated in the BAR policy on piazza enclosures, Charleston piazzas are building features unique to and closely identified with the architectural history and urban character of the city that should be preserved to retain the prevailing character of the city. It also recognizes that enclosing piazzas in part or in whole may result in irreversible damage to our city's architectural heritage and should only be considered if there are no other reasonable and sufficient alternatives. We are sympathetic to the applicant's situation and understand. However, we do not believe the architect has demonstrated that there are no other reasonable or sufficient alternatives to accommodate the needs of this plan. Although no site plan was provided in the application, it appears that the lot extends beyond the rear of the building. In addition, rather than on the piazza should be studied. Perhaps the proposed new interior stairs could be added in addition off the rear, and the proposed uses on the piazza enclosure could be added where the interior stairs proposed. In general, historic single houses are challenging to retrofit with modern conveniences such as bathrooms and laundry rooms. This is not a unique condition for this property. We believe the architect should be able to come up with a plan to make the house livable without compromising the most important historic feature of the house. As proposed, we respectfully recommend denial of this application.
Anyone else speaking to the public? All right, Frankie, go give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff observation, this is just from our policy statement. In part, may result in irreversible damage to our architectural heritage. The necessity for the additional area which results from the enclosure must be sufficiently compelling and extreme that no other alternative could reasonably accomplish this purpose. The applicant must demonstrate through floor plans, elevations, and photographs that any other alternative solution shall result in unacceptable alterations to the historic fabric of the structure. The location of the piazza enclosure shall be to the rear of the piazza, minimal in size, and not alter the conceptual relationship between the house and the piazza. Comments, house has had a rear addition that was added in the 1990s. It includes the current family room on the first floor and the master bedroom on the second floor. Accommodations for a new bathroom can and should be made off of this addition to ensure the integrity of the historic house. And given the typical slope of most piazzas, extensive and most likely non-reversible alterations may be required to make an acceptable space on the piazza. The stair relocation doesn't have an impact on the piazza. The current staircase and master bath are swapping locations. The proposed creates an additional bathroom for a total of 3 at the second floor. The house already has 2 staircases, one of which is being altered to wider stairs. And this is not going to be our purview, we're worried about the condition of the stairs. Wider stairs are traditionally less safe due to minimum tread width. The proposed location for the new enclosure will cause the removal of exterior shutter. Any closures that the board does allow should join the wall of the existing house in between windows so that shutters are not impacted. And if the piazza is enclosed, it should be behind the columns of balustrade so that these features can remain in place and changes are reversible. This house previously had a closure on the piazza, and that was done within the columns of balustrade, so it was reversible and was removed. Staff recommendation is to not hold the staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. The applicant wants to respond to or clarify anything raised with the staff comments or recommendations.
Yeah, what is a winder stair? Does that mean a spiral staircase?
That's where the stairs come at an angle where there's not a straight landing. So you typically have a narrower tread width, so we would just caution.
Just because there's 2 stairs going this way and then up.
Yes, I would just, if you're concerned about the safety, the city architect asked that be pointed out.
Well, we're concerned about, we're unable to just take the stairs straight up because of the location of a window and because there's not enough room to make them not as steep as they are now. Going this way, it's the only way that it can be done. I know that we have explored going off the back of the house before. It didn't work for a variety of reasons, and of those are that it would cut off access to the house, to the bedrooms upstairs, where our baby is and where our future child will likely be. Our daughter's room does not have a bathroom currently, and the only way to get her a bathroom would be to go out on the upstairs piazza. We have a very old friend with Parkinson's disease and also his aunt, who used to live in Texas, but now lives very close in North Carolina. She cannot come to our house without having to leave and go to a hotel or a place with an ADA compliant bathroom. She's in a scooter, so she cannot walk. So she cannot come to our house without having to go through all these hassles, and it's very embarrassing and it's very, very difficult. As for the piazza and leaving the columns, it's just a terrible look. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say about that. And it's just, and I have seen some people who have it, but there's also a lot of people who don't. And also, I think my husband took a walk around the 4 blocks around our house and saw 27 properties with enclosures. So why those 27 properties and not ours? We do have the very compelling, serious reasons for needing to do this. We tried everything else. I said to my husband years ago when we first started talking about this would be my absolute last resort. I don't want to do it, but it's all we got.
All right, the applicant's presentation and public comment is now closed. We'll move to board discussion.
Yeah, I just have a question for you, I think. You sort of touched on the 1990s edition. Do we know where that begins to touch the house?
Unfortunately did not include that, but it would be what is now here at the edge of the piazza and the master bedroom, so where the master bedroom is now.
Master bedroom and the living room, that flat area on the back area.
So on the first floor, it would be this area.
Pretty much the end of the current, yeah.
Right.
You go back to the elevation, you can see the part that does not have a piazza.
That was the addition. Matter of fact, at the very back, it's got a real funky roof that doesn't match anything on the house.
Yes.
I was curious, have you lived there for a while?
5 years.
Almost 5 years.
I started, I understand that single houses are difficult and always a need for more room, but for a long, long time, closing the houses that have not previously obviously been enclosed. Many of them have, and many of them were enclosed before it became apparent that was not an appropriate thing to do. So they are all over Charleston, you're absolutely right. For a long time, this board has resisted request to enclose historic kiosks. And I think that's a good policy. I would not alter it now. So I would not support closing the kiosks. I think looking at this, I think you would have to get creative, but I think there's a way to improve interior space of the house without enclosing the houses.
Yeah, it's quite rare nowadays to have 2 levels of fully open houses that are intact. So I do appreciate that existing condition. Frankie, you mentioned that there had been enclosure that was properly enclosed behind the.
There had been a previous enclosure that was behind columns and balustrade.
Which even if that looks weird to you, I think that's a much more palatable approach if someone's going to try to do this. But the fact that it was there before, I don't know, might color my thinking a little bit. But I can imagine if something were proposed that were very sensitive and reversible, which that clearly was. But the way that it's presented now is a pretty harsh intervention. That just sort of arbitrarily cuts off the balustrade and fixes the memory of the family.
Was that in 1990? Did you know that that happened?
You remember, it was in the 1990s, I knew the Piazza district. That's the 40s or 50s most likely. But it was clearly reversible, situated behind the existing common room balustrades and reversed in the bottom.
I would say that for me, I think Ford has a pretty strong history of not voting for thousand voters. I think that would ring true here as well. I would say that, you know, there certainly is acknowledgement there that at some point something can be successfully opened back up, but that doesn't make it okay to close it back. I do think, I mean, while this may not check every single box, but I would view that whole rear of the house as a permission slip to get creative with the non-historic portion and even perhaps consider you needed to go beyond that current footprint. That might be something to consider. go outward or backward to try to accommodate the needs, I fully am able to grasp not being able to get every family member in the door or the right level. And I really do understand for not having access to a bathroom and that type of thing that, you know, everyone is accustomed to. But I think you could achieve a lot of that program by going beyond the thought of filling in the houses, which may turn it into more of a project. I understand that, but I think you actually have a lot more leniency here than a lot of people would have with what you're asking for, based on the fact that the rear of the house is not historic, and I think you actually have a little bit of.
Can I respond to that?
We're in board discussion, so no, there's no more public comment, but if you have a question.
Just a short.
Do you have a clarification?
Just zoning,
Yeah,
we cannot get zoning approval due to the lot coverage, so we cannot get approval to add on to the house.
Which is preferred.
I don't have anything to add. We had a similar application at our last meeting. We against it. Being stated here tonight.
And I believe that while we're not the zoning board, I think the zoning board can often be standing, putting within the realm of what the AR can and can't allow, and really our ordinance. It isn't even about your project necessarily. Our ordinance says that we're not supposed to allow it. And so our job as the members to operate within that ordinance, so we're kind of almost bound by that here. I would like to think that the zoning board have some understanding of that fact. You were trying to explore a little bit of additional coverage. I have seen them acknowledge that.
Known as, given the knowledge that there have been, let's call it historic portion erosion, I'd be curious if there's any evidence that, I'm not saying it would sway anybody's opinion, but it might be worth looking into, because clearly it was completely reversible. That is acknowledged in our policy statement.
I make a motion for, denial as submitted.
We have a motion on the floor for denial. I have a second.
Second. Did you have staff comments again?
Yeah, certainly can. Denial as submitted to staff. Or denial is denial, but certainly fine with including staff.
We have on the floor, just.
I know we're in the middle of a motion, but
That would be obvious.
I would perhaps encourage photos and history and her staff comment. At least show us options and what had been enclosed and how it was done. I can't say that, I really haven't seen it, but I think it's worth showing us what's out there.
Do you mean there's not the
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So revised motion.
Revised motion for denial of staff comments 1, 2, and 3.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for denial of staff comments 1, 2, and 3. Do I have a
I was suggesting staff comments because it's staff comments. Right.
That's okay, that's okay. Maybe even that driven for them to look into what was there before.
I don't have an objection to that.
With staff
The staff comments.
Yeah, second.
Thank you, Bill? Motion to a vote. Gwen? Julia? Someone?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thanks. Sorry for the yes, we are going to recess for 10 minutes. Yes. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. With application set up. I don't want to.
Say anything? Number 9, what do you don't like number 9?
Yeah. I don't, I just want to make sure that there's irrigation. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I don't think
Maybe it's just for me. That's We're traveling for August now.
At your office.
We got here at 4:30.
I knew there was one getting here.
Right, probably get here at 4:80.
Yes, yeah, fine. So it's, yeah, just a small renovation.
Oh, so that-
We have to go through the process.
118 and a half, with a 189.
Yeah, I guess, or maybe it's the irrigation that.
For a minute there, I saw those and I thought it may have been the, that old house that's right there next door.
Yeah, I didn't.
I didn't realize we gotta go up and talk about what we want to do. I can't do any of that. I might get you to do the presentation.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, I think the pictures and, parks and incentive, all that stuff, we're gonna wander around.
We have a selfish motive to keep the water off of your house, because we don't want to pay the water to your house.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
I think that, I hear you say.
Oh, yeah.
But y'all have got somebody who's gonna help fix that wood.
Yes, Jamie has,
It seems like you'll get your stuff done before this gets done.
So maybe we have
Tell you what, there's some tough stuff, and that lady there was
I know.
That's a big dramatic thing.
Yeah, the friend of the school didn't play with.
yeah, my grandmother's never been upstairs in my house.
Yeah. Get over it.
Any percent chance that's your policy statement.
They're not gonna say we're not upstairs.
Now they're trying to figure out how to make it.
You gotta sell it. Why don't you just get a residential? I mean, I know there's residential, but like, that much not, if that's the issue. But they're not even getting the elevator.
They want to.
Oh. Yeah,
Something like that.
Oh, no, yeah, we're good. But I couldn't understand why she was like, oh, right, well, yeah, let's stay at the hotel. How is adding a kiosk and or clothing in gonna help with that?
No, that was
No, it's just like, that was part of it. When you're of childbearing age and you're gonna have a kid, go buy a house that you're not gonna be happy with. When you have a
I was stuck in the presentation. I think they bought this as like a second one. They were in Chicago.
Oh, I'm on here. That's now.
Keep an eye out.
Nice day.
Hi, how are you? See ya, hi, Ron. That time for you to come around the house.
Yeah, I think I might be getting a letter soon.
Good. We haven't changed anything.
Yes.
We just have to make sure we pay attention on the message.
April, easement opportunity if said we're selling for 6 apartments. But we're going to go back to a single family. Easement is economic, that's rather substantial. As you can say, That's a reduction.
Now, I did a year ago.
Right.
Yeah, I'll let you know. It's really incredible.
Sorry. Of course, come on in, scooch in here. Yeah, come on in.
All of our body heat joined together will make it out.
I heard it's cold in here. A different climate up
Yeah.
there.
Totally fine.
We are. Okay, yeah, we're at 4. Yes. Hi, David. And Tom. It's funny to meet you. It's funny where you meet people. Where are you?
Yeah, Lisa Patterson.
He's knows everybody. She knows. That's her job. And she's good at it.
We are now to agenda item number 6, 6 Montague Street. Give us an introduction and overview, please.
6 Montague is requesting conceptual approval for alteration to brick house in rear addition. There's category 2 in Nelson Village, circa 1803 in the old and historic district. Location on Montague Street. An existing site photos. Next to Montague. And Sanborn maps for the property. Right over to that.
Good evening. My name is Rob Robertson. I'm the applicant, and I'm not going to speak to the design. That will be Simmons' job. But I am going to say that I have lived on this street for 43 years. I've watched this building the entire time. We have earnestly prayed that over time, houses like this would return from apartment housing to single-family homes. It has happened bit by bit over my 43 years. This opportunity came up about 6 months ago, and we went ahead and did it with a commitment to 6 fully functioning apartments and return it to single-family use. I have a couple of very nice tenants who are here tonight, but I want you to know there are 21 separate utility services in this building. There are 9 bathrooms, there are 9 bedrooms, there are 6 kitchens, and there are innumerable landlines, Comcast lines, cable lines, internet lines, all of which reflect a 60-year history of dense occupancy by, in some cases, very nice people. We have, you will see in the comments, and notice I'm not the only one that has trouble navigating the portal. There were very few comments submitted through the portal. I submitted the great majority of them because we canvassed the neighborhood. This is utterly invisible from Montague Street. It is visible from the side properties and it is visible marginally from the back properties on Bull Street. I have written approval of every one of them in favor of this application. We have 2 people here to speak tonight, the 2 people who live on either side of this house. were now owner occupants of houses that once were multi-apartment housing. So it's a wonderful project. It's going to be beautiful. I beg your consideration.
All right, thank you. Sam Young, also a resident of Harlem Village, the architect for the project. You can go to the next slide. This just shows some of the investments that Mr. Robertson has put into it, with bridge painting, new plantings. And the layout of this house, you note, is 35 feet back from the street. And what we're proposing to make, small portions of the alterations, with very limited visibility. So the next slide. The history, 1803, County made saddle or 12 saddles on Green Street, and there's the next slide. And it does mention big alterations in the 1960s, which I guess probably were the current configuration. We 1888 on the left, and I thought it was 53 on the right, 1955. Where you can see in both of them, these sort of northeast corners of the building have something going on, and then double houses on either side. Slides 5 through 9, I'm going to go through quickly. They're just existing. It shows that the big lot, 193 feet on that west property line, and that's the addition on the back and the black stair tower and the net service on the left of that. Next slide, please. Montague Bull and views down everybody's driveway. This is what I think is the prominent view towards the back of that house, the part where back down the driveway. That's where the back of the house and then the storage brick meets the new brick, and some glimpses of the siding profiles on the lower right. And the roof plan, you see it drops down from the storage to another one that comes in. Next, please. And then interesting upper left photo with the probably stair tower enclosure. Both of these here from the structure off the north line. Some inspiration images, Ray Huff's building on Sullivan's on the upper right with double type porch, and then on the lower left, W.G. Clark's Milton Inn and window inspiration. And then these next few slides are just about modern additions in Charleston, and we can go to the next. And the next. You all are probably familiar with this. Is a 18th century courthouse with a copper clad addition in the back and another storefront and stucco modern addition. So the next slide also. Modern addition on a 19th century building there. So the point of this is just to say that if you know where to look for these modern things, they're fun to find and oftentimes a little bit difficult. So, next slide. And this gets into the drawings. Go to the next. The survey that shows the deep lot with a 35-foot setback from down to the sidewalk. And next slide. This is a site plan with neighborhood context. Typical Boston Village is sort of spread out, a lot of trees and big backyards. And then the site plan on the lower right shows a pool going in at the rear of the building, and we'll go into the building now. Next slide. So 2 apartments get converted on this floor to a mother-in-law or nanny suite, and then part of recreation rooms associated with the pool and a screen porch. And the next slide. A1 or 2. The idea behind this is really to preserve the front of the house, the frontage rooms of the house. They're beautifully intact rooms. And then the addition that went on in the 60s has 8-foot ceilings with a 3-foot plenum, and so that's sort of the opportunity we saw to make some of the necessities of single health living come into play, a nice kitchen, a nice family room, and leave this front room unaltered. There is a non-original stair, and we're trying to get that view back out to the garden. We're putting in the stair. And then the deck and screen porch enclosure, it's about a 12-foot screen porch. Currently, that little AC stand comes out about 9 feet, and then the 7-foot extension. Next slide, please. And this is just the second floor again. The front 2 rooms are preserved, and the back is where we add on bedrooms and bathrooms. And the heavy black lines are walls running east-west. The first, the one closest to the main house, is sort of separated by glass connector, and the one that runs on the upper part of the page is separated by the screen. And we're putting small bed space. There's a fire here, so it's all new framing on that porch roof over the next slide, please. So no changes except for we're asking for a window in the gable at the roof to let light kind of come down through those landings and actually into the spaces below. The 5-bay division of this piazza is something that we're going around to the back. We go next.
Mr. Young, you've got about 2 minutes left.
Excellent. The top slide shows the division of the north wall with that glassy sort of light height and a 2-foot height, and then the green porches. Go to the next slide. So this is the 5-bay division. We've got the 2 that are on the porch, and the 2 that are in the glass, and then the 1 that is the solid. Rose strike. That's where we find that inspiration from. The next slide. This is from the east, showing the porch. I think I've got one more slide after this. I'm trying to do it in my timeline, which is the perspectives with the photos next one. And most visible is the lower right, as far as what you can see. The Mining Street, very limited, 60-foot section of the street. We'll close with that.
My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Some of the top level bedrooms,
Yes.
but you're not enlarging the side dormers or anything, so are you proposing to do anywhere else?
Well, I think we'll have the windows.
These little windows are big enough?
I think so. And they look tiny. That's an excellent question, and I will.
Okay. Also, can you describe how over the addition this roof drainage works? Because it looks like there's an area where there's almost no overhang.
Yeah, can we go back to roof plan? Probably it's actually in that. Okay, so the existing, is just this flat roof here. And what we picked up, we gained a little bit of height in the middle, but kept the eaves, kept the roof storm beneath the eaves. And so it flows to the side, and then there's a parapet with overflows here and here. So this wall is probably a foot above the roof, and these are slightly shorter.
So there would be some sort of fence or something right over your glass division there, your windows.
I would not let that happen. Okay, that's another excellent question. I think we probably show it right in this little corner here. We get water flowing out.
Oh, okay.
Along the signs, the 3 lines that we see on your new roof plan, is one of those are big, or is it going up and down?
The one is the ridge in the center, and that's the pickup, like in the hallway. So that, I mentioned there's sort of an 8-foot ceiling, and you can look, so there might be that. See sort of how that. Anyway, the eave slides in, the roof slides in under the eave, so you'll have an 8-foot ceiling. So we bumped up so that your 10-6 or whatever it is, that same ceiling height continues in the center.
Okay,
Yeah, that's good.
And the new dormer window on the front, is there a reason why it's sort of clipped on the edges and not complete?
Not particularly, I think we can get that done.
Your questions for the applicant?
The existing addition, that you're elevating it, and it's the parapet, it almost looks like the parapet lands just above the eave on the existing roof. Is that true, or is that just
The parapet at the rear.
not at the rear addition, but at the elevation of the existing addition?
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's right, in the distance there, that is, it does look like a parapet, now that you mention it, but that's, this light gray line here is in the middle of the roof, and so there's.
Okay, that's, because they're from the.
Right.
And so that almost looks like it lands on the existing roof, it goes under.
Yeah, and we're studying that, and I think we found this away in the last week, if you want to put everything underneath that. It's not a big issue.
That looked awkward.
Yeah. We've got that.
Any other questions?
My two have been answered.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Young. We'll move into public comments. Do we have anyone speaking to the public?
April Wood, Start Paulson Foundation, which has been reviewed the application for alterations in rear addition at 6 Montague Street, and we thank the applicant for reaching out to us in advance of the meeting. The applicant is going to such lengths to reestablish this grand house as a single-family residence. This will be a positive for the house and the neighborhood as a whole. The proposed rear addition is clearly differentiated from the historic structure, is of high quality, and will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way. The immediate neighbors to either side will be most impacted, and we understand that they have no objection to the proposed addition. We respectfully recommend approval of this application.
I'm Dave Jones, and one of those neighbors. I'm at 8 Montague, which is to the left of the property. And Mr. Robertson came over, explained the plan to us, and we're in full support. It will be a great addition to the neighborhood.
I'm Tom Scott. I'm here with my wife, Margie. We just moved into 4 Montague, which is directly to the right of the Robertson's property. We couldn't be more pleased with the work and the investments that they're making. It's a beautiful home, and we couldn't be more pleased. And we see the workers every day. We're completely comfortable with it, and we just it turns out to be a beautiful project. And thank you for welcoming us to the neighborhood. Thank you. Yeah, we are fully supportive. Thank you.
my cousin Carol with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also appreciate the applicant meeting with us to discuss this project, and we're generally supportive of this proposal that represents a light touch to the historic building. However, in adding to the rear, we do feel it's important to maintain the ability to clearly read the evolution of this property's footprint. So in that vein, we have just a couple of comments. The proposal to rework the enclosed rear porch with vertically oriented cladding and elongated fenestration does take on a very contemporary character, which causes the overall composition to the rear to read as one large new addition. So we would ask that the treatment of the historic midsection be restudied to just soften the transition between the main body of the house and the new addition. And in this vein, we would, the height of the screened porch we feel should be reduced as to not be taller than the roof line of the existing addition. It's just a little bit out of line with how the hierarchy of additions typically work in historic properties in Charleston. Lastly, while we acknowledge the rear of the building is minimally visible, we also feel that the design of the new screen porch is overly busy, so many unique divisions, and would encourage just an overall simplification.
Do we have anyone else speaking to the public? All right, we have some written comments. First from Martha Ann Robertson of 11 Montague Street. We are entirely supportive of the application for the proposed improvements to the property at 6 Montague. Rear addition of no historic or aesthetic value and which cannot be seen from the street anyway will be replaced by a beautiful new addition on the same footprint that will allow the house to be returned to a single-family occupancy. This is a great benefit to this block of Montague Village. Excuse me. And Mr. Robertson, I'll read all the ones that you were authorized to submit. So this is from Mr. Robertson. I have been authorized in writing to confirm the unequivocal endorsement of this application by Mr. and Mrs. Randall Stoney, the owners of 9 Bull Street, and Mr. and Mrs. Matthew Rittenberg, the owners of 7 Montague Street. James Lundy at 39 Smith Street. Members of the Carlston Village Association BAR-BZA committee met with Rob Robertson and Simmons Young on Tuesday afternoon to discuss the proposed changes to 6 Montague. We toured the site, studied the proposed changes. We believe that what is being proposed is a benefit to Carlston Village. We also understand from the applicant that all the contiguous neighbors are either intending to speak in favor of the changes at the hearing or have written emails in favor of the proposal. Carlston Village Association therefore supports this application on behalf of the neighborhood and looks forward to this project being approved by the BAR and work getting underway. Another one from Mr. Robertson. I am authorized to advise the board of the endorsement of the application for 6 Montague Street by William Blunt, the owner of 15 Bull Street, from the backyard of which the renovations to 6 Montague Street are marginally visible. Another from Mr. Robertson. I have written authorization to advise that Dan Schmidt of Schmidt Properties, the owner of 15 Bull Street, from the backyard of which the proposed renovation of 6 Montague Street is marginally visible, supports this application. Eric and Christine Chigwan, I apologize if I'm butchering that last name. 12 Montague Street. We have reviewed this BAR application and attached plans and unequivocally support this project. Having lived 2 doors down from 6 Montague for over 10 years and in Carlston Village for over 15, we strongly feel this project will greatly benefit and enhance Montague Street and Carlston Village neighborhood. Mr. Robertson, I am authorized in writing to advise that Dr. and Mrs. Previous comment. Finally, one from Mr. Robertson. I have written authorization from Dr. and Mrs. Jean Howard at 13 Montague Street and Ms. Suzanne Lewis at 15 Montague to advise that they unequivocally endorse the application for the renovations to 6 Montague Street. So that takes us to the end of our public comment. Frankie, the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Proposed addition is, from the model at least, was very visible from Montague Street and minimally visible from Coon Street. Newly proposed extension and new treatment to the original addition are differentiated through material usage and detailing. However, the additions should be subordinate to the existing. Lowering the height of the parapet at the rear wall at current should be staff recommends lowering the height of the parapet at the rear wall as is currently too tall. It comes from me towards emailing comments to each other. Proportions of windows in infill are very awkward. While more vertical proportions are preferred, they feel very stretched. We were just concerned about the windows in the current rear addition. Felt very narrow to us. And this is a very modern addition for such a historic house. Staff questioned that the architectural direction needs to be restudied, and we wanted to encourage board discussion. Mission is defer for restudy with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment with the staff comments or recommendations?
That'd be great, thank you. These comments we did here before, it's nice, and I think the siding is a good time. We've talked about that, and moving to horizontal siding may show a little bit more about this was done in the 60s and not 2020 as far as how the middle part of the addition was. The eave, that's a good comment about lowering below the height of the existing. We can work with that, as you mentioned last week, the height. I don't think it's too busy. I don't think we need to, if we can look at the north elevation, can we look at north elevation and talk about it or not? Yeah. So we tried to go with a fairly simple division of windows and then the same language in the porch and kind of minimize the number of materials that we're using. So we're trying to stay restrained in our work. It's a fairly restrained addition, and move to horizontal siding probably to help keep the minor stuff a little bit further back. Thank you.
Public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll move to board discussion and a vote.
So, Frankie, how much of this team has visibility?
We were basing it off of the model, which mostly what you can see is that rear parapet wall.
How about from Bull Street? Pretty limited?
Very limited.
Very limited from Bull Street, so.
I looked, and there is some visibility, but
You hear it
and
there, right?
it's not,
Yeah. There's not a broad. Yeah, I worked on one of those houses right behind, and I remember it was fairly structural back there. Actually, the first house I lived in Charleston, I would have been your neighbor too. And I appreciate what you've done with this house as well, because I remember it 35 years ago. It was a party central. So I was about 25 years old, it did bother me. Yeah, I do appreciate what you've done with the house, and I think I'm more in line with Stuart Charleston. I believe it's going to be only minimally visible, and I appreciate some of your offer of maybe taking a look at some of the siding materials. Yeah, I don't really have any major issue with it. I just wanted to make sure that you parse the detailing really well, especially with the drainage, just to make sure that if you're obviously draining back towards the original historic structure, that there's no chance for an issue or compromise to that. Would be my only real concern there. So, other than that, I just think it's probably going to be visible at best. The other issues are.
I think it's got a lot of great qualities, a lot of potential. I see Conservation Society's point and agree, and I think the applicant does too, that maybe just kind of letting that middle portion be more transitional and rotating the siding, even if it's de-roofed, help to soften the transition between historic and contemporary. And, you know, I sort of, when you look at the rendering, the addition and the big porch element at the rear from Montague on the right, there's a pretty decent clear space between those two buildings. So I just wondered if maybe it would be possible to shift the porch, you know, away from that corner a little bit. Obviously, the parapet is taller than the current eave. when you look at the back elevation, you can't really see the historic eaves anymore, because there's parapets, but, I mean, I like it, I'm not really opposed to it as it is, I just think maybe with a few key, like, refinements and adjustments, it could be even more sensitive and successful. And this existing house is wonderful, it has so many lessons for people who are elevating houses, it's just really cool.
I don't have a whole lot to add to that. I fully agree with regard to the siding comments. I think the change of direction, siding in what I'm going to call this middle zone would be very helpful. Certainly applaud the efforts, and I think that this is a case to me where the house is of great enough quality that you really do successfully make a case for a more modern addition to differentiate and not confuse where it goes from an addition. And, paired with that, the visibility is relatively minimal. So I think there are a lot of little nuances and little some tweaks, adjustments to refine it, but I think all of those comments have already really been made. And I kind of wonder about the access up in the top. I just don't know the height of those. I'm not an architect. I know that there have been a few issues where the top floor has been an issue with egress out of the dormers. I think that's just to check it and see what can happen. But Julia's comment about fan light, I really would love that to continue over, like I presume. Otherwise, it certainly is a great, I don't want to say improvement, but a great project for the area.
I would say improvement. Well, you probably called it.
Based on Bill 35 years ago. I don't have a lot to add. I think the height of the screen porch is very good. Needs to come down. I think it needs to not be more prominent than the historic house. With the siding on the previous edition, on the sides, and also the windows in that at the back, make that elevation of that look very, very modern. And I'm not sure that actually object to a different, a non-horizontal siding on that back elevation. I just don't know. To me, it reads like it belongs with the porch, that it belongs with the earlier edition, but okay. Either way, but get the word on that. The new roof of that original, the height of the original edition is important. Yeah. In this house, is a wonderful.
Every one of those meters was used 35 years. I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion for conceptual approval. It's a good staff comment, number one. And that's comment. I think maybe I'd add a board comment to complete the fan light, of the Georgian fan light and front gable. Also to provide thorough detailing of the proposed drainage of the addition roof and how that may be visualized. And also potential restudy of the siding at that addition. So that's comment number one.
Okay. We've got a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. The staff comment one, and a few board comments. First, to complete the fan light in the front gable. Second, to provide more thorough detailing of the proposed drainage of the addition roof. And three, potential restudy of the siding at the addition. Do I have a second to the motion? Put to a vote. Glenn? Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia? Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Can you let me know what comment one was?
Do it. I'll go back to it versus reading it.
Oh,
the staff comment one.
The staff comment number one.
The newly proposed extension and the new treatment to the original addition are differentiated through material usage and detailing. Or the addition to be subordinate to the lower the height of the parapet at the rear wall or this currently too tall.
You can also do the staff and board comments when I type them out.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. All right, thanks a lot.
All right, also, it's so nice to see neighbors that are all nice to each other, and each other.
Yeah. Rare. Very rare.
Agenda item number 7 is 86 Murray Boulevard. Frankie, can you give us an introduction and overview, please?
86 Murray is requesting conceptual approval for new front window and portions, new dormers on the front, new doors, a balcony, and new ventilation on the third floor. Structure is not rated in Charlestown, so actually that was an addition to open that we worked on in the old and historic districts. This is the location of Murray Boulevard. Existing site photos. Except Murray. And Sanborn showing the history.
Hello, I'm Julie O'Connor, and I'm the designer on this project. You guys saw this about a month ago. I was stuck in Newark Airport and could not be here, so it was presented by the builder and deferred. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to talk to you guys about what we were hoping to do, and we did make just a couple of changes based on some of the comments, and also added some information that was requested. So one of the first things that was asked was, sort of the era of the windows themselves. They are in fact Marvin Integrity fiberglass windows that we are asking to replace. So that, I think, was one question from Fillmore. Another question was about the flood zones. We are in a VE 13. We did get elevation certificate in the meantime between this month. The basement floor is at 4.7. Just so good. So I also added a sheet that showed you various basement renovations that have taken place over the past 15 years that have been approved by BAR and permitted. So this has been a finished basement for whatever reason for all this time. But in response, we also have decided to not lengthen the windows on the front for your suggestion. Could you please go to the Next slide. These are just, photos you've seen before. Next slide. This is that sheet that has the photos of the Marvin Integrity windows, and then these, various renovations to the basement. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we were asking for is an increase in the dormer size on the front. And staff comment was, or board comment was that the single small dormers are more consistent with the streetscape. So this slide is just showing you that there are many multiple window dormers on the street. We are hoping to have these dormers larger in order to provide egress to the bedroom up there. So I just want to show you that there are many multiple dormers on the street. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you just go to the front elevation, A201? Okay, so this is the as-built and proposed, and the next slide is going to show you the, last time we were here, the previously submitted and the new one. But so on this one, just to show you what the differences are. So in terms of the first and second floor windows, we are asking still to increase the length of these windows, not the width, but the length. In my opinion, this is not exactly a stellar example of 1940 architecture. I think more it's kind of a weird and unremarkable copy of a plantation house. And just to make it the point, the second floor windows are 4.5 feet tall, the first floor windows are 5 feet tall. I find them to be under proportioned for the house, and it just gives the front facade just an odd look, in my opinion. So that's why we wanted to increase the length of the windows. It is dark in the house, and of course this view is stunning, so there would be a huge benefit to the clients to have the windows increased. Next slide, please. So this one is showing the top is what we submitted last time, the next one is what we submitted this time. So one of the staff comments was about the balcony doors on the second floor that we were hoping to change. And staff said, could you do something that's a bit more traditional, not so modern? So when we were doing the survey of the windows, the doors in that balcony are wood doors. So we thought if we kept those and just added sidelights was one of the staff's suggestions, that we would be maintaining the old doors and then adding some more light into that hall, which is really kind of dark. So that's the difference from last time to this time. We're not asking to change the basement windows and change to the balcony doors. The rest of the changes, I think that everyone was okay with last time, mainly because there's no visibility. And so I think that was it.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Julie, you're saying all the windows currently in the house are Marvin Integrity? All of them?
Well, so there's some windows on the back addition that are not vinyl or fiberglass, but that's a later addition.
You know that happened.
It was not approved. That's staff not
Does that include the windows in the existing dormers?
Yeah, and so they're actually noted on one of those previous applications as Marvin Integrity windows. So I'm not sure whether it was just missed or if that was even the time that it was changed. All it said was Marvin Integrity on the drawing that I saw from VAR, but it didn't say new. So it could have just been noting that they'd already been changed.
The dormer windows that are there now, would you consider hinging them instead of having them leave them on? Hopefully technically get egress out of those. I'm not saying that would be my vote or preference versus.
I had not looked at that. And one thing I had considered also, if you were to say, a single dormer is still more affordable, then perhaps we could go to maybe just a larger single dormer to get that egress and ability versus built, if we felt that was more palatable.
So in the double dormers, let's say that you propose, it says details to match existing, but those are, you were thinking hip roof, right? On those?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
So with your proposal of modifying the window sizes, I guess you're calculating that you'll have enough salvage brick to make any repairs since you're enlarging the openings rather than.
And not painting.
Not painting.
Since this is older than our cutoff date, after which we don't care as much. Any other questions?
Not increasing the dormer sizes to get extra space. Looks like you're looking more for closets.
Yeah.
So one of the windows. On your plan, it looks like the closet wall hangs on the window. I'm sure it doesn't, but
Oh, will not.
I'm sure.
Any other questions? All right. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
My name is Carol with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We really appreciate the applicant reaching out to us on this project. At the last meeting, the board provided specific direction to minimize alterations to these portions of the building, which we continue to support. In particular, the dormers and openings on the primary elevation should not be enlarged because these are prominent features that define the overall character of this historic building. As previously stated, we see opportunity for sensitive alterations guided by the Secretary of the Interior standards, which discourage conjectural changes and alterations to character-defining features. So we would ask that alterations to the building's historic form be minimized and to the greatest extent possible, limited to secondary elevations that impact the lesson. Thank you.
Stakeholders are Boston Foundation, we review the application, and we thank the applicant. We believe the enlargement of the south elevation dormers is inappropriate for the style and portion of the house. We appreciate the examples of the wide dormers, but observe that these examples each have one dormer per facade, while 86 Myrtle Boulevard has two dormers on the front facade with a large pediment in between. We recommend that this portion of the application should be denied. The additional information about the windows on the front facade is also very helpful, and we fully appreciate the desire for better views of the water. While it is helpful to note that the existing windows are not historic, we are not comfortable supporting the enlargement of the new windows.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right. Frank, you could give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff was unable to find any record of approval fiberglass clad windows by the BAR. I know we're all kind of exhausted playing with through files. And we were concerned about if the board comment for a door and window survey was met by what was provided. And other than that, staff just had one comment that per the previous board motion, the proportions on the historic portion of the building should not be altered. So per the previous motion, we were recommending deferral for reason.
Respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations or public comments?
Yes, thank you. I do think I provided the information that was requested for the window and door survey. The main question was about the windows, which are marble integrity, and then the door that we decided not to change is wood door. Again, we would really like to lengthen these windows. I think they are a better proportion. I don't think small windows are character defining for this building.
Public comments, any of these presentations are closed, and move into board discussion, any vote.
With the idea of skylights at that balcony window upstairs, there are the other two questions, of dormers and larger windows. I think I could get behind the larger windows. A little bit of a harder time bonding with the wide mold window dormers that do seem like they want to be on a single slope all by themselves. But I'm curious what other board members think.
Can you say that again? That was about the dormers, is that correct?
Yeah, but they just seem like they want to be on a single slope all by themselves and not with the edges competing with the giant pediment.
Or the existing. Do that. I'm more inclined to say keep those dormers that size because largely actually accentuates the crowding. I candidly, I admit, I think to the applicant's point, the portions of the windows do look better. I don't dispute that. The question is, are we messing with the integrity of the, happy to know that those windows can be readily replaced. And another one I'd like to see if we can find out how that happened. On a building like this too, wow, right here. It's not even what's going on. I can definitely, Joey, I see your point. I mean, just looking at it, your eye says, these look proportionally better. I think we're down to, the integrity of this structure, the great value of this structure, which obviously it does have, but it is 20th century history. You get into this era of construction, and you start to remember that, at this time, openings were kind of dictated by more standard sizing than they were necessarily proportionally correct items, which is an understanding I have, because I think if someone had really classically designed this building, they would have had the idea. A little torn on that point. I agree with what you said. I would say the dormer doesn't need to sort of leave those alone, but I'm open to maybe further conversation about the windows.
I am generally of a similar, as I said, I believe at the last meeting, the age on paper of this house is definitely older than I thought the house was, having studied it fairly well. Did not realize it was that old. So that certainly began to tweak my thoughts about the windows and the openings a little bit. That the longer windows, especially on the main floor, feel more appropriate, and do not at all feel out of scale near the house. I will say, I think the dormers in the proposed drawing have probably gotten a little bit big. They really feel a little small. But I don't know that I I'm from the dormers, but the devil feels like it's just a little bulky up there. They kind of feel like they're falling off the roof, which is just a bit broad. Well, no, I think I'm a little bit back and forth between the level of sacred on this 1941 house that wasn't perfect in 1941. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it was never like the holy grail of hospital perfection. I've always been curious what's going on with that little porch thing on the left, but the detail of that brick lower part, I'd be open to you looking at that.
That's next.
That's the part that makes me think the house isn't that old. It's just not right. I don't think.
So the new windows you're proposing, what would they be?
We were talking about a clad wood window.
SDO.
Yes.
SDO?
You know, to Lynn's point, and to Julie's, the house looks better than all the windows. I mean, when you think about classical architecture, this is really not classical architecture. It's just, to my eyes, this is sort of typical in 1930s, 40s, of the old South architecture. And so that has the Virginia historic values that will stay the way they were. The sizes, I mean, the windows are gone, obviously. The size of the openings should stay the way they were designed. What I'm struggling with is whether that architecture is meaningful and is it meaningful because it's 80 years old and it has some relevance to our culture, history. So I'm struggling with that a little bit. The dormers are kind of, when I started from I think the original windows are just better. I mean, I don't think they're great because they crowd with them, but I think the larger dormers crowd with them. Here, crowd with them. So, and I think that the dormers probably, but okay, or, you know, if it's okay, and I'm still up in the air about whether it's okay to change those. I think they need to be studied more, the change needs to be studied. Sort of where I am.
Nothing to add. I am also okay with the side lights. From my layman's perspective, I think the windows look much better. The dormers, actually, I was looking at this house and I see that there are those smaller dormers on the houses around it. So I'm hesitant to want to change these, and I agree with fellow board members, it does feel a little crowded. But really, nothing to add.
Any question for Julie? I assume you would replace all the shutters, the snaps, if you were going to elongate all the shutters? Yeah. Did I not need to ask that?
It's really good to have that on the table.
I guess that's what I'm looking at. Obviously, the windows are better elongated, but they look better to be elongated because of the composition, especially with that sort of almost stylized portrait. So that's I guess that's why in the total composition it seems to make more sense. Get into like falsifying history, so I guess what I'm trying to understand is what value, well, you kind of characterized it, yeah.
I mean, that's the question for me, anyway, just, this architecture, does it just have value because it's 8 years old, or does it have value because it represents something else that's meaningful? So, sure, if asking me for an answer.
That was my next question.
I don't actually have an answer, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I have one question that we haven't, I don't think. Are you asking to infill the masonry wall up front?
No.
It looked, in one of these elevations, I'm looking at brick, but maybe I'm looking, like on your A201, on the south elevation, was it this big? Well, if something is different on the ground level, I didn't know, are you asked? I thought you were maybe asking to do masonry.
They're doing here. Just previously, if those proposed, we were gonna elongate these, so
Oh,
it's
I'm
two.
sorry. Okay.
This is actually what's there now.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. That was our
Yeah, yeah.
previously submitted.
I thought I was looking a layer forward. Okay. Thank you.
For denial of dormer enlargement, approval of skylights at second floor balcony, and approval of elongated windows as proposed at first and second floor. Okay. Now on the floor, for denial of the dormer enlargement and approval of sidelights, the sidelights at the second floor balcony, and also approval of the elongation of the windows at the first and second floor.
Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but there's changes on the other part of the house too, so.
Are they visible? Well, okay. We don't really,
Different from what we
doesn't matter.
reviewed before?
No.
Okay. I think we covered that before.
Yeah.
The approval of other things that we can't do. And approval of the remaining application as submitted last, at the 8:25 meeting. I just want to make sure she walks away with her. Oh, well then,
So if they're not visible, they're not.
okay, visible.
What's on the side?
Oh, there is some on the side too, yeah, sorry, forgot.
I just don't want her to walk away. And approval of changes to the visible side elevations. And approval of side elevations visible from the public right of way. Okay, do I have a second? Thank you, Bill. Motion to a vote. Fillmore?
They opposed.
Glenn?
In favor.
Julia? Bill? Chair votes in the majority, and the motion passes 4 in favor and 1 against. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 8, 89 and 89.5 Whitworth Street. Frankie, would you ready? If you'll give us an introduction of the book, please.
Then there was
That's right. Okay. 89.5 Wentworth are requesting conceptual approval for a new masonry garden wall. It is a category 2 in Carlson Village, circa 1787, just an old historic district. This is the property's location. An existing built structure on Wentworth. Context of Wentworth. And Sanborn map showing the history of the building. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Be the easy one. John Liberato is here representing Greg and Barbara O'Regan.
used to be the VAR representative for Housing Village back when Linda staff, so Frankie is here. No need for information on this one, please, so we're here.
Other questions for the applicant?
We even ran off historic Charleston.
Yeah.
Julia did well.
I was just wondering, is this adjacent to the new building that is going up behind the?
When it's been approved, yes, that was the old Gothic style building that was torn down, demolition by neglect.
Okay. Is, not really about that, but hoping things will go well, but, I guess I'll have to coordinate a little.
I don't.
Doesn't touch that?
I don't know that this is the effect.
All we're proposing is on the back lot line, which probably connected to what we was talking about.
Okay.
So you're seeing through the gate, and you're seeing a little bit of the
There's
wall.
more pages on this, right?
Yes.
Just show us where they.
I'm sorry.
I was thinking that access issue was from the pink part on the corner.
I think it's all along that.
Okay.
I think they're building a bigger lot line. And again, I mean, it's not really germane to this, I was just curious, because I think we sort of forced them to finish their wall from the north side, and this will have some repercussions that we're just have to work out.
I was also curious to know if the section in detail showing this wall fill, which would be encouraged if it was solid fill. I think it's when the walls have voids is when you start to get the telegraphing through the stucco. Is that correct? So, or is this wall proposed to be filled solid in its entirety?
Yeah, masonry was not ready yet. Build, I don't know the answer to that.
It's a lot less likely to break through instead of, right?
Yeah. Just drive by Holy Trinity Church over there, across from Windermere. I look at that every day.
Well, keep in mind, that's what you wouldn't see at all. The only remote visibility would be through the gate. But of course, there was a car there, and of course, there was foliage in the back, so by the time it's all said and done, there would be absolutely zero.
Just hate it for, because the, making sure that the, just forcing doesn't telegraph through the stucco.
We've required that as a finishing detail.
That it be filled solid.
We prevent that from happening.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do we have any public comments? Hearing none, Frank, if you'll give us the staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had an observation that the wall will be minimally visible due to it being set back so far, but it is being reviewed because of the category of the structure. Staff is recommending final approval.
The applicant wants to respond to anything raised in the staff recommendation? All right, I will this presentation close and move into the discussion.
Resolution for final approval with recommendation to submit the stucco finish and color and to amend the detail, verify that the cells are still solid on the wall.
And then detail to verify that
All cells are filled
Cells are
solid.
fully filled.
And it's a nicely drawn wall.
we have a motion on the floor for final approval with board condition to submit the stucco finish and color, and also to amend the detail to verify that all cells are filled.
Second.
Bill, put it to a vote. Julia? Omar?
Yeah, in favor.
Blaine?
In favor.
Bill?
In favor.
Chair votes the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And staff asks if that can be reviewed in the permit, the color, stucco, and self-filled.
Power review by staff.
Yes.
Power review by staff.
Yes, in the motion,
Yeah.
And all in favor of an amendment to the motion? Finally, reviewed by staff?
Yes, and staff can review that in the permit, so you don't have to submit it separately for staff review.
Thank you, Brandon. It was good to see you again. All yours.
Agenda item number 9 is 79 Ashley Avenue. Frankie, who gives an introduction and overview.
We are requesting conceptual approval for hardscape and lighting alterations. It's category 2 in Carlton Village, circuit 1842 in the Old and Historic District. The location, Ashley, the existing site, context, and Sanborn maps showing the history of the structure. And I will turn it over to the applicant. Just so you know, all we have purview over is the lighting and the hardscape, so you don't have to tell them about all the.
Look, I didn't get the message about this whole process. I'm not an architect. I can't explain any of the drawings. We just want to modify basically a small garden plot. We want to put some irrigation in there. But we're really not changing anything, really. The brick, we're taking out some old plants and putting in some new ones. But really, the only real, I think, addition is the irrigation. And I'll make sure it doesn't spray on your house. But I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, I didn't understand this whole process.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
The only question I had, maybe more of a comment, the detailed notes to match the existing brick. Just going to be honest and say the existing brick are Old English brick that are $6 a piece, and you can find them. So that's great if you want to match it, but they're not all that easy to find and they add up quickly. So I would verify that detailing so that you don't get in trouble by putting in some weird brick.
Well, Julie, the lady who's helping us with this, didn't cost us that. But if y'all want to put that into the approval, if you so choose to approve it, would be fine.
Or more than helpful. Give some leeway so it doesn't have to match the
Yeah, the question was just to make sure they realize that you can't just get them off the shelf.
Okay, Glenn, talk about, a little bit of path lighting, are you comfortable with that?
I'll be honest with you, I think the lawn layout is attractive and certainly appropriate. I don't think it appears to be overlit. We've had an issue in the past with overlighting and Disney lighting.
There's lighting there now. I don't know that that's reflected. We didn't show you that, but it's not working. But there are lights there now.
In my opinion, I don't think it's overkill. I mean, we do have to be careful that people don't install so many lights that then blinds the neighbors out. So,
no, that will not.
Any more questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I think the other tree lights, it looks like there are only 3 and they're down lights.
There are 5 half lights and 4 down there.
We have to go through.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm nervous. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we will move. Any more questions? All right. Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I stayed, so I'll comment. The only topics are the bricks and the lights.
Yes, if you could say your name for the.
Sarah Ewing, 75 Ashley, with the neighbors to the south.
I've just asked for like, one window that, that's there.
Frankie, if you will give us city staff comments and recommendations.
We just had observation that we thought the hardscape elements were very fitting, and a comment that uplighting is generally reserved for specimen trees. Don't really have anything regarding downlighting, so we just made that. We're recommending final approval. I don't think that's anything necessary.
Did you want to respond to anything raised in the city staff comments and recommendations?
I don't think I can argue with final approval.
I thought not.
Julia, I'm gonna step on your toes, I'll make the next.
I have it first. Yeah, go ahead, we're a board discussion now.
I will make a motion for final approval with the board condition that any downlights in proximity to the neighboring homes have a hood or a shield prevent. So the applicant, you can fit these, like the brand you have on here is a good brand. You can put a shield on them if you need to keep it from shining into a window.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor for final approval with a board condition that any downlighting in the I can't talk anymore. Any downlighting in the proximity of neighboring properties have a hood or a shield to prevent glare.
Can I ask one quick question? Do you all communicate your approval, final decision to the person who actually submitted this?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
And
perfect.
actually, before the next meeting, Frankie types up the full
Perfect.
motion, and then that will be public record, so.
And we also have these applications that we put, they're available on their portal account that they can go and pull this.
Do I have a second to Glenn's motion? To a vote, Phil?
Yeah, in favor.
Phil?
Yeah, in favor.
Glenn?
In favor.
Julia? Chair votes the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are on 10 and 11. Last time we addressed these together. Who's presenting?
We are. We are mostly here to answer your questions.
Oh, okay. Well, we are on agenda item number 10, revised bar sign policy statement general, and we may at the same time entertain agenda item number 11, new bar sign policy statement historic corridor.
Okay, so my understanding is that Tori has made the requested changes. Just need to, is everyone able to read the revised sign policies?
Go ahead. Were there any comments from board members? I won't open public comment. I know it's otherwise not happy. It's not good. It's not good. So I think it's pretty good.
I'm reading it.
I guess I've had a hard time, I've read through them, and I guess my open, honest comment is that I feel like the signage over the past 4 years has kind of gone Wild West, and there's so many precedents that are now set with lighting and neon and faux neon and backlighting and all these technical things sign people are selling. I think it's almost difficult to get all of that terminology.
We didn't attempt last time. Well, I mean, when we attempted to, it ended up backing up. But with the neon lighting, I think we tried to for different categories of it.
And yeah,
Second, we made the motion that improved it over what it was before. Staff has been working on this for a long time and has to go back and forth between the two boards.
And primarily, this is something that's kind of been worked out at large because of issues they've had to deal with. It hasn't affected us quite so much. To address some of their issues. They are getting it next week.
And remember, they had approved it before we saw. So, what do I need to say? We can make, a motion for approval of, and we can handle it in one motion, for the revised bar sign policy statement, general and the new, or would it also, and the revised new bar sign? Revised being,
So the revised bar policy and the new historic order.
with the revisions that we went through the last. That's what we're. Just think about it.
I said bar policy.
I think it's almost nine.
One of you said that's a motion.
We have a motion on the floor for approval of the revised bar sign policy statement general and the new, oh, it does say bar, that's why that, excuse me. I'm going to reread the motion.
Grace can yell at me now because she's watching.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
And says, oh, please pass policy.
We have a motion on the floor for approval of the revised BAR sign policy statement general and the new BAR sign policy statement historic corridor district, made by Julia. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill, thank you. Now put the motion to a vote. Glenn?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Okay. Julia?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah. It's just, you know, that.
Chair votes majority, the motion passes unanimously.
Yeah, people just want
You gotta remember in Lindsay's world, the most important thing is to eat something.
There is one good one.
Yeah.
Actually,
And then you know what you do adjourn before you say that.
excuse me, oh, yes, that's right. I do have a motion on the floor to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor, say